us wisdom, oh dear Lord. Thank you for the intelligence, oh God, that you have come up with, oh dear Father. Now, as we go on and as we move on from the start to the end, we commit you to be our Alpha and Omega of everything and of this day. For this is the prayer of faith in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Be blessed and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Now, no, you're seated. Why don't you just stand up for a moment? Just for a moment. McLean, good to see you. Good to see you. A big round of applause to McLean. Well done. Well done. Really appreciate you big time. So this is how we're going to do it. I want you to look around and for the next 10 seconds, if possible, give 10 people a big high five. Amen. Let's do it. Come on. 5 people. 10. 1. Come on. 2, 3. Fantastic. You did it. Well done. Thank you for coming. Whoa. Hey. Fired up. Fantastic. Well done. Come on. Thank you so much. Good to see you, bro. Thank you so much, sis. Bro, how you doing? Blessed. Well done. And once you're there, I want you to stop where you are. Stop where you are, and the person you are next to, just begin to ask them, what stood out for you? What stood out for you? And then we'll have the microphones going round. What stood out for you? What stood out for you? What stood out for you? Ask them, what stood out for you? So I'll give you about 1 minute. Just deliberate. Something's outstanding. One statement. What stood out for you? 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 All right, let me start here, sir. Your name? Actually, okay. So the name of the person and what stood out for them.
I'm Samuel Totino Genga.
Okay. What's her name?
What stood out for me is the technology. Device technology.
Okay.
Yes.
What about her? You've spoken to her?
Yes.
You know her name? Okay, I'll give you 1 more minute.
Not really, but
Okay.
she said the same.
Okay. I'll give you 1 more minute for everybody else. Get to know the person. Get to know the person you're standing next to. Know their name, where they work. That's part of networking. And ask them what stood out for them. I'm coming for you. Okay.
Sir,
Okay. What's your name?
my name is Angeline Nandwa. What stood out for me is the last lecturer.
The last lecturer, Bona Richard.
They really impressed me.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I really learned a lot from him.
Excellent. What's her name?
Her name is Michelle.
Michelle. Okay, Michelle. What stood out for you, Michelle?
Nilipenda kwenye guest walikuwa wanasema about kuhusu disabled, so imenijaz
Hey.
na pia ningependa kama walemavu wenzangu ni wa support.
Wow. Makofi ya Michelle. Wow. I love that. Thank you for that spirit. Well done. Fantastic. What about you? Your name? What stood out for you?
I'm Salome.
Salome.
Yes.
What stood out for you yesterday?
The way the facilitators were presenting, they were very clear, and they knew what they were saying. And I also like the way they introduced the new technology, especially the one for the girl. Thereby she was like talking again.
McLean, she's actually there.
Yeah. The girl, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I also like the way they were talking about the release of primary school FP,
Mm-hmm.
that is free primary
Okay.
Money fund.
All right. All right. Okay. A big round of applause to Salome. Thank you so much indeed. So, oh, you want to say something? Oh, yeah. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Abe Locherimoy. Ventures Frida Kai. Frida Kai is my wife's name.
Okay.
The Bible says once you are together, you are no longer two. I come from Turkana County, the cradle land of human being.
Okay. What stood out for you yesterday? Yes.
Yesterday, I understood that it is possible to bring the disabled and impaired person to sit with the kings, and it is possible that they can learn and do something better for this country before they go out of this planet. It was interesting.
Wow. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. My goodness, we are loaded. We're loaded. This is great. Asante sana. Now we want to be warmed up a bit. Just follow the instructions on the screen. Let's just have the screen for a moment. Just want to make sure that we are all set to start. So simple instructions. Okay, so we're just going to warm up. Let's warm up the neck. This is for everybody if you can. Let's go. Okay, your neck. Come on, everybody. Fantastic. Okay, let's go. Warm up those shoulders. Everybody, warm up those shoulders. Okay. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fantastic. Okay. Now warm up those hips. Let's go. Let's go. 1, 3, 6, 7, 8. Fantastic. Okay, warm up this is the jaws. Okay, get ready. Come on. Let's go. Everybody. Whoa. Fantastic. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause? Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, day two. And please, as you sit down, sit up straight. Your shoulders, the way you control your body also controls your mind, how you feel. So sit up straight, chest out, the gentleman, your shoulders. Don't allow yourself to sleep. If you feel that, you wake yourself up. Oh yeah. We're ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. But I want you to now clearly, what stood out for you? Let's just have that Menti question, because this is also very important for our data collection. So if you're just joining us today, you can join the conversation via that. Just go to menti.com. That's menti.com. Just go to menti.com on your phone. The code is 32783364. Or you can simply scan the QR code. I think we can go straight to the question. Let's just go straight to the question. What stood out for you? Was okay. What did you learn? Okay, so we need to correct that. What did you learn? But it's okay. We'll change it. What did you learn? Just have it on the screen. It's okay. We'll edit it. But this is important. Just take note of the QR code. What did you learn yesterday? So that's 32783364. That's the code. So just type in what stood out for you, because this is part of the data we are collecting, which is very critical. Yes. Use of the assistive technology. Okay. Thank you so much for that. What stood out for you yesterday? 52 minutes past the hour. Just go to menti.com. That's menti.com. Menti.com. The caregiver's testimony. Okay, the caregiver's testimony who had 3 children with disability. Thank you so much. What stood out for me is the ease at which people with special needs have with high-tech assistive devices. Experiences shared by persons with disability was very outstanding. The innovation needed for people living with disability. Please keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. That we are all potential users of assistive devices. The software app that translated speech, I was amazed, had never seen or heard of such a device. Keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. What did you learn yesterday? 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 The story of Stella, changing the narrative to a story of blessing here. Fantastic. Thank you so much. What did you learn yesterday? I'm Sarah. Yesterday I learned about university funding for students with disability. These learners are given grants, which is fantastic. Up next, let's go. Next, the insight on making available the digital devices. Next. Maybe we can just have all the answers, then I read all of them very quickly. Assistive technology make life possible for people with impairment. The use of technology to make things happen for the people with disability, especially AI. Next, I learned the importance of inclusivity and new technologies and what caregivers like me undergo. Next. Diverse technologies used in assistive devices. So we'll leave this particular page on. Your feedback is very critical as we engage. And we want to say thank you so much that you made it here. Our panelists are here. And our moderator is also here. So we're ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. The video is set. We're good with the video. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to engage in our first installment today. And our focus this morning, please listen to this. Policy perspective. Policy perspective on specialized learning materials, assistive devices, and technology. And we're greatly honored to have a gentleman joining us virtually. He recorded this message, but so that at least we have an understanding of who he is. So we'll start with our first keynote speaker. Let's just have the video set so that we can get a feel of who he is before we get to listen to him.
He started his professional career in the Indian Army, where, as a major, he was involved in crisis and post-disaster response. Following an injury from an explosion, he became blind in 2000. He now provides strategic and technical leadership to deliver on UNICEF's global commitments on disability inclusion across the organization. Please welcome the UNICEF Global Lead on Disability and Development, Gopal Mitra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to represent UNICEF and to speak to you today on a topic that lies at the heart of our shared commitment to equality and inclusion, the fundamental right to education, and the importance of specialized learning materials and assistive technology. Being a user of assistive technology myself, I have witnessed the life-changing impact that it has. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era where technology is revolutionizing so many facets of our lives, including education. Assistive technology in particular has the potential to break so many barriers and level the playing field for children with disabilities. However, the global report on assistive technology released jointly by UNICEF and the World Health Organization in 2022 shows that in low and middle income countries, a majority of children who need assistive technology do not have access to it. Assistive technology encompasses a range of products, devices, and services, both low tech and high tech, aimed at supporting children and adults to see better, to hear better, to move, to communicate, to interact, and to learn. The provisioning of assistive technology is not just about ensuring access to education. It is much more than that. It is about creating equal opportunities, access to for children with disabilities to participate alongside their peers. It's about potential. It's about creating opportunities for children to grow and to contribute meaningfully to the society, irrespective of whether the person has a physical, sensory, psychosocial, or intellectual disability. The challenge is not only to expand the provisioning of assistive technology, but to expand it in a manner that provisioning of assistive technologies is done so that it is appropriate, is adaptable, and it meets the unique needs of every child. Proper assessment, evaluation, fitting, training, maintenance, repair, and replacement are also important points to consider. Policies and programs on health, education, and social protection need to meaningfully address the provisioning and financing of assistive technology. The reality, ladies and gentlemen, in many contexts is that families of children with disabilities have to pay for assistive devices out of their pocket. Provisioning of assistive technology has to be factored into universal health coverage, education, and social protection. Many assistive devices can be produced locally, so there needs to be a renewed focus on local production of assistive devices. We have seen teachers and educators are often the best advocates and facilitate use of assistive technology in the classrooms. Teachers have to embrace and harness the power of specialized learning materials and assistive technology to transform learning. And to caregivers, I salute you for your resilience. The role of caregivers in familiarizing children with disabilities to assistive devices and to support them to use these products and devices cannot be overstated. UNICEF has included strengthening provisioning of assistive devices as a strategic priority in its new disability inclusion policy and strategy. By the end of this year, 2024, we will have more than 150 assistive products in our supply catalog so that we can support governments to procure appropriate and affordable assistive devices. Ladies and gentlemen, we must strive for a world where assistive devices and learning resources are not considered a luxury, but a key tool and tools to support children. It requires rethinking of our approach It requires investing in policies and allocating budgets in line with this vision. Let us harness the power of learning materials and assistive technology to ensure that all children have the opportunity to grow and to shine. Let me end by thanking Kenya Institute of Special Education for organizing this important expo. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Another beautiful round of applause. Of course, he's not here, but just in celebration of the fact that it's important to look at assistive devices and learning materials as not luxury items, but absolutely critical in our engagement. We're now ready for our panel discussion, and I'll kindly request that we set up the stage for the panel. If we could kindly have the seats ready. Let's have the seats ready as we get ready to invite our panelists. We'll have Menti on board. Let's have the Menti. Let's have Menti on the screen. For your questions and comments, Next online. Thank you so much. So what are your questions and comments? So we will have that on the screen. So on your phones, just note if you have any questions, comments, we'll be glad to take them. Our focus will be policy perspective on specialized learning materials, assistive devices, and technology. And as we prepare, just a question. If we can go to the question on Menti, if we can go to the question of if you had a superpower. We're waiting for one of our key guests. If you had a superpower, what would you do? What would that be? And what would you do? Let me just get a feeling. If you had a superpower, what kind of power would you be looking at? And what would you do with that power? Let me get some responses. Just get your phones. If you had a superpower, you're told, here it is. What would that be? What would that be, superpower? And what would you do with that superpower? What would that be? Just in a moment, we'll be welcoming the panel. But for now, let's just explore. If you had a superpower, just go to menti.com. The code is 32 78 33 64. Somebody says, I would help people with disabilities, ensuring that they live comfortably. But we also want to find out, what's that superpower? Your ability to fly? your ability to read people's minds. And what would you do with that power? I'd have a beyond zero disabilities environment. Wow. With a superpower, I would make everybody believe in themselves and arise in every situation with power. I would make an inclusive and resilient environment for all to thrive. Wow, wow, wow. I would make sure that devices and technology is available to all. Advocate for an inclusive society without barriers and limitations. Let's look. I would wish for healing power. I would get rid of disability and make our brothers and sisters live for a better tomorrow. If you had a superpower, what would you do? What would you do? Let's move down. Let's move down. Let's move down. Provide. Okay. Just let's go one by one. Thank you so much. To be a funded advocate for children living with disabilities, I would engage all possibilities to ensure that no child is left out. I live in a poor, remote area where a lot of kids have challenges, I believe. Okay, next. The ability to influence decisions. I would create equal opportunities for all. Next. I would change the hearts of... Who said that? Who said that, by the way? I would change the hearts of leaders to fully support people living with disability. Who said that? Who said that? Fantastic. I need to give you a microphone, but I mean, if we could do that. Could we use this microphone? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sarafina. I just want to capture that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, why is it critical to change their hearts? Let's find out.
Yes, please.
That comment. Why that comment? Why is that important?
Okay. The reason is, while the leaders think about the persons without disabilities, they need to put those with disabilities first and ensure that they are as comfortable as the other people. Thank you.
Besides that, yes.
Thank you very much. Besides that, we were told and we saw yesterday that there are lots of funds that are designated for learners and people with disability. And my biggest question was, are these funds getting to the desired or the expected persons to benefit from the same? Actually, that is what hurts me most, because the funds are available, but many times when you go to the special schools, we find a very desperate situation, very needy and desperate children. And so I wonder if only leaders could take that up and monitor the dissemination of these funds to the ground until that child is assisted, God would really favor our country. Thank you.
I see a couple of people agreeing. And by the way, let's have the camera focus on the different... I saw you really nodding and agreeing. Talk to us here.
Yeah, my name is Kizito Lusweti. Leaders are very important because they influence laws and policies, and therefore they can influence policies in regard to persons with disabilities, so that they will not be seen to be discriminated upon and against by the society. Thank you.
Anyone who wants to pick up the conversation on that, how we can begin to change the hearts of leaders in this regard? Somebody else? Okay, at the front. Okay, go ahead, talk to us. What a chance. If we can have the camera focus on them, we'll appreciate it.
Apart from that, we have also leaders who have support equipment in parliament. I don't know how loud they are. They should be making sure that we take care and support all the funds that have been given for people with disabilities, not to be used anywhere else, and say the truth that this fund has been used.
Say the truth. These funds have been used. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another hand here. And by the way, panelists, please take note of the comments because this is still in regards to policy. And
a docket maybe in the Ministry of Health to somebody who is a lawyer. Things will go haywire. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Another. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Francis Getao. Current Secretary General for EX Kenya. And I also want to add my weight on the need to influence leaders to support persons with disability, because the leaders need to really understand what persons with disability go through. And probably I would say it's also our responsibility to make the leaders know these things, because sometimes we have leaders who may not understand what we are talking about. I have been involved for quite some time now as EX Kenya to make people understand aspects of people with disability, right from the children going to school all through until these people are able to be independent. If our leaders must be influenced, they must be made to understand. And we all have a role on creating that awareness amongst our leaders.
We all have a role indeed. Thank you so much. And I saw your hand and you started this. Okay.
Maybe I can add on to it.
Okay.
Like we have this bit of accountability. There are funds that have been set aside for these children. If it is in schools, there should be the bit of accountability, that follow-up, to ensure that if it is like the SNE top-up fund that was mentioned yesterday, that it is well utilized. Because many a times we try to follow as ears, but it gets to a point that you are told you are not the auditors. My colleagues. So we are not able to follow that money. Then we have like the National Fund for the Disabled. Our teachers apply for that money for support, but we cannot be able to follow up and ensure that all the funds have been spent on the item or the need that the school had applied maybe to be met. So what we need to do is to have the bit of accountability by our leaders. Let there be a policy on how to follow up that fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comment there. Just go ahead.
Thank you. I think there is need to change the heart, because when you change the heart, you empathize. When you change the heart, you change the mind. So PWDs don't need sympathy, they need empathy. So when we speak to our leaders to empathize, then we will have done something great for them. I think that is what we need to do. Thank you.
All right. Public demand here. Final comment because of time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Valerie Olesia. I work at Enable Africa. I'm greatly convinced that with policies, it all begins at the design level. As we speak about design, you cannot design something for someone without participation of that person. I'm a person with visual impairment, and I can tell you for sure, who knows where the shoe fits is the person with disability. So when you engage them from the beginning, from the design level, you will get the implementation is very smooth. But when you don't involve any person with disability, even in making policies will be there, they'll be very good, but the implementation will be very poor. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much indeed. Because of time, we just have about 3 minutes to go. Chuck, Chairman, CTNA, talk to us in terms of your perspective. You can actually take the stage. Okay, talk to us from here. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Makazi. I think I'm very happy to be here. I want to appreciate this meeting because it's really addressing everything that is actually in our schools. One thing which I always dream, and I want to request for your permission, you forgive me, because I have some dreams that come to me that if all Kenyans, all of us, including you and myself, are very sincere enough, these learners with disabilities will not be suffering. Why do I say so? One, I want to thank the government of Kenya because they have given us free primary education. They have also given us free secondary education. Is that not so? Here is a case. You have a child in this Alliance High School or whatever school you are, and possibly, you are somebody with the might, you have the funds. If one day you can think and say, okay, because I'm able to pay the fees, can I donate the 21,000 to the special schools in Kenya, to the special child in Kenya? I think we shall all be okay. The reason why I'm saying this is because anytime we talk about funding, we only start with the regular children. But I want to thank the government for this short time, this year. We've seen some change. But I want to request that the children with disabilities deserve more. We did a lot of lobbying. Of course, we presented our memoranda to the Presidential Working Party on education. And we gave out our blueprint as a Special Schools Teachers Association. And if that one is implemented to the letter, I tell you, my good friends, the issue of funding will be a bygone thing. And the only thing that we need to do, we have to be very sincere to ourselves. Not necessarily, I don't want us to look at the leaders. Let us start with ourselves. And then proceed on. And make sure that these learners have what they need. I'm very passionate about the learners with disabilities because one time I was a Lions Club member. I went there because I saw the people with disabilities suffering. And I thought maybe by giving them the wheelchairs, by giving them the support, you'll be able to solve their problems. I later learned with a lot of regrets that it is education. It is education that will maybe remove all these guys from the streets. If we give them the right education, we give them education, they'll stand by themselves. I always refer to Mheshimiwa Kosgei in Parliament, somebody in a wheelchair. I always refer to Mheshimiwa Asige, who is in Senate, somebody with a visual impairment. I always refer to somebody in East Africa, that is Sanko. These guys, if they do not have education, my good friends, they'll be suffering in the villages.
Thank you.
So the best thing that you can do, I'm requesting the government, let the funds flow to the special schools. Let the funds flow to the special schools. Because unajua sisi wengine tunasikia, si ni kweli? Tunaelewa. If danger comes, I can fend for myself and disappear. But tell me about that child in the wheelchair. Tell me about that person with a visual impairment. Of course, God is with them, but let us also stand with God by supporting these people. I thank God.
Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Let's have the sound right there. Asante sana. We want to start off our panel discussion. It's 22 minutes past the hour. Policy perspective on specialized learning materials, assistive devices, and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss that particular theme, we have our panelists who are ready. We have Fred Hager, Directorate of Special Needs Education, Ministry of Education, who will be joining us. In fact, he's coming in. Michael Odhiambo, Director, Shared Services, Information and Communication Technology Authority. Dr. Rose Ngugi, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. We have Dr. Mandy Rispoli, Professor of Special Education, University of Virginia, USA. Intisar Hussain, President Lakes Counseling Services, USA. We also have Director, Resource Mobilization, Daystar University and Trustee at Adat, Jacqueline Karibusana, and moderated by Sarafina Robbie, news anchor and features reporter KBC. Makofi out for that. Over to you, Robbie, Sarafina.
Well, a very good morning. Hamjambo, hamjambo tena. Well, Sarafina Robi, as you've heard, I'm a news anchor, a features and current affairs reporter in both English and Swahili, working at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, pale kwa baba na mama. Well, I'll be moderating today's panel discussions. We have 2 panel discussions that are lined up for the day under the theme KISE EXPO on affordable and accessible learning material, assistive devices and technology, which is the kauli mbiu ya hii leo. And we have several sub-themes. And the first one will be on policy perspective on specialized learning material, assistive devices, and technology. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over the years, we've had the 2010 Constitution that provided an enabling environment for this sector to enable policy formulation and implementation. And thereafter, in 2003, we had the Persons with Disability Act 2003 that gave it a push further, but we still have a number of gaps that still exist. As we've heard from the audience members on matters accountability, on matters finance, on matters design of assistive technology or assistive devices. And we're going to discuss these issues with a very distinguished panel. We're supposed to have a panel of about 6 members, and some of them are also joining us. They have a robust knowledge in their respective fields, and they'll be sharing with us to get to understand some of these policies that we have in the country and how they can be implemented to make this sector even better. Yesterday, we had the PS address some of the issues that were raised, saying the need to have direct funding to KISE so that we can have a proper way of manufacturing and distributing some of the assistive devices in the country. Well, given the introduction that were given, some of the panel members that we have are Fred Hager, who is the Directorate of Special Needs Education, DSNE, Ministry of Education. Michael Odhiambo, the Director, Shared Services, Information and Communication Technology Authority, ICTA. Dr. Rose Ngugi, the Director, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research Analysis, which is KIPRA. Dr. Mandu Rispoli, who is the Professor of Special Education, University of Virginia, USA. We have Professor Intisa Hussein, the President, Lex Counseling Services, USA. We have Jacqueline Madhaga, who is the Director, Resource Mobilization, Daystar University, and Trustee at Adat Foundation. Karibuni sana. In the interest of time, I'm going to start off with the first question, which will be directed to the Director, Directorate of Special Needs Education, Ministry of Education, who is Fred Hager. Fred Hager has served in the education sector for more than 25 years, 7 as a secondary school teacher, 8 as a curriculum developer at the KICD, and 12 as an education administrator. And to cap it all, for his contribution to disability inclusive education, he was recognized by the President of Kenya and was awarded the Order of the Grand Warrior in 2018. Well, to start off the first question, are there any policies or regulations that govern production and distribution of specialized material, assistive devices and technologies in the country? And what needs to support this even further? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, the subject that we are discussing is, of course, an extremely critical one, especially in this country. There is recognition in different policies, different guidelines about the need for assistive devices and technologies in their different forms. Coming from the Ministry of Education, I know I will speak to the issue of what exactly happens in that space, but to respond to your question, I will mainly focus on the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2003 that guides many issues related to disability in this country. And that piece of legislation recognizes that there is need for the production and provision of different assistive devices and technologies in their complexities, and actually gives the National Council the mandate to ensure that persons with disability are provided with different assistive devices and technologies dependent on their need. That same law talks about the collaboration that the council can get into to ensure that these devices are provided. However, the issue of assistive devices and technologies becomes a complex subject in that the jury is still out as to where exactly it should be domiciled. I know health comes in terms of provision of these devices and technologies, but also social services, and I believe that's the ministry that the council belongs to, also has a role to play in that. So, for instance, one aspect of devices and technologies, and that is especially of technology, is one where this country already has standards that kind of guide on what the standards that these devices and the technologies should meet, and how, and it sort of ensures that we get standardized services and products in that particular realm. I believe the Ministry of Health also has its own guidelines, especially regarding some of the devices that fall under its jurisdiction. So these pieces, and I think it's only what from where I sit, the Persons with Disabilities Act is quite clear, makes a clear pronouncement on the issue of provision of assistive devices and technologies to the population of persons with disability. But other documents, like the health I've mentioned, I believe also speak to that. Before I finish, let me just go to the Ministry of Education, where I'm most conversant with. And Blood, the Principal Secretary, yesterday was here, and he spoke to the issue of what the ministry is doing regarding providing these devices and these technologies to the population that it serves. That's learners with disability. And I think he spoke of what the ministry is currently doing, and that is anchored in the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities, which recognizes the need for these devices and these technologies, and gives the government that responsibility of ensuring those who need them get them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to have further questions directed to him later on. To further the discussion, we're going to have a question to the Director, Resource Mobilization, Deste University, and Trustee at ADAT, Jacqueline Madhaga, who prefers to be called Jackie, right? Jackie has also written a book called Raise Him Up, and has a son on the autism spectrum, and is a devout Christ fellow. The book is about values for parents of children with disabilities, guiding families, communities, and offering guidance on how to navigate disability in the country. So our question to you, Jackie, is what measures can be implemented to ensure that specialized learning
It's on. I think you can hear me. My name is Jackie. For those who cannot, I'm wearing black trousers, red top with red sweater. My red top has black. Yeah, I am. I think dark in complexion, light brown. No, dark brown in complexion. So what qualifies me most to even answer that question is the fact that an 18-year-old non-speaking son with autism. So when you ask me about assistive devices, I come from the perspective where for him an assistive device, an AAC device is his voice. That's his voice. And so assistive devices become something that we must push 100% for learning to be possible. So for my non-speaking son, who doesn't speak like I do, access to these tools should not be equated to when funding is available. If we're going to be pushing for children at kindergarten level to understand how to speak, to be able to speak, then for my son, at the point when we got a diagnosis, somebody should have told me this child needs an assistive device. That way, then I would not possibly be saying at this point that he is non-speaking, right? Because he has a device that he can use. So I prefer to use the term non-speaking because communication is wide. So what he doesn't do is he doesn't speak like I do, but does he communicate? Yes, he communicates. But in order for that to be understood, it needs all of us to begin to change our perspective on how we see non-speakers. A lot of times I see people who encounter my child, encountering him and thinking that because he's a non-speaker, that he is not intelligent, or that he doesn't have something to say, or he does not have an opinion. And I hear plenty of those opinions because he communicates. But what I want is for those of us who have non-speaking children, or those of us who have autistic children or children with other disabilities, to get on an equal playing field with all other parents where our children's opinions are also respected. So equating assistive technology with language needs to be one of the things that we push. So just as we embrace multilingualism in education, we have to recognize that for these children, a device is their language. And so we must make it possible no matter what. It should be as automatic as your child is a non-speaker. Here is how your child can begin to communicate. So the role of policy, for example, in inclusive education needs to be taken quite seriously. We have a Disability Act with amendments that still to date has not been approved by Parliament. So my question then remains for our policymakers and our government, what gives? Why is it that this is not important to you? What would it take for the point of something to do with disability and things to do with our children to become important? What would it take? In the amendments for the current Disability Act are provisions that balance the equation for children who have autism. Why? Because in 2003, autism was not even something that we were mentioning in this country. And I can tell you for a fact, because my son was born in 2006, and in 2008, when I needed a diagnosis, I could not get it. So that 2003 act of Parliament that we are talking about needs to catch up now. So why isn't Parliament passing it? So parliamentarians doing what they need to do should be one of the things. The other thing is we have the UNCRPD. Kenya is a signatory. We have commitments. We have rights for people like my children, my child, where inclusive education is a right that he needs to have, but there's still discrimination countrywide. So we are talking about assistive devices, and yet the environment in which these children should be learning to use those assistive devices is not being respected. So this is public knowledge. At 16, my son was told, don't come back to school. 16. And I am not unique. I am talking about a situation that a lot of parents, if I was to ask parents in this room, stand up if your child is in school, they will tell you their child is not in school. Why? We have poor transition rates. So he is expected to be a successful technology user in our current world, together with the rest of the Gen Zs, to give us his opinions, and yet the platform does not exist for him to be able to give his opinion. So the country must begin to respect the UNCRPD, every government office, every person, everywhere. Then we move on to teachers. My challenge is to teachers in the room. As a parent, we love you. We love special needs teachers because they give our children access, and we know they love our children, but we want them to catch up and begin to challenge the Ministry of Education, begin to challenge Director Haga to begin to change things in his docket. Why? Because as long as we continue to assume that learning can only happen when a child writes ABCD, or repeats ABCD, that is the only way you're going to qualify this child as a qualified learner, or that they've moved to the next stage of learning, then we continue to fail our children. My son communicates in a totally different way. If you ask him something about what he's learning, and you're asking him and expecting that he will use his device, then you will get the answer that you require. But if you ask him a question, expecting that the way you were trained in university, that things must be written on the board and things must be answered by voice, then you will already have failed, because you will then assume that he does not understand. And I can give you just a small story, an anecdote. One of the emerging technologies on how to teach autistic learners, non-speakers, is something that is called spell to communicate. A lot of us do not know that autistic learners or non-speakers can be spellers. You've been taught spelling all your way, but you've assumed that they cannot spell. So something as simple as a stencil board gives a child access to language, because the alphabet is the same 26 letters. I don't know whether you have an alphabet that's more than 26 letters. And so my son, who's had access to education since he was a toddler all the way, obviously knows his alphabet. So we were having an introduction to spell to communicate, and the topic was the Ferrari. So for myself as a parent, I was shocked on the other side, because I thought, why is this therapist telling me that my child at the age of 17 then can answer questions on the Ferrari? Because everybody, all the teachers have been telling me that he cannot comprehend, right? But this person is telling me that my child can answer a comprehension question on Ferrari. First time hearing the comprehension. First time. So she read a story out on the Ferrari while my son was listening. And then she gave him a stencil board. And then she said, point out to me using the stencil board, and then we will write it down. What were we talking about? He points at the letters Ferrari on the stencil board. Then he's asked, what color Ferrari did we talk about? He mentions the color. What is the maximum speed for the Ferrari? He mentions. When was the Ferrari manufactured? He mentions. What am I getting at? If we are going to make assistive devices available, different ways and mechanisms of teaching available, our teachers must change their minds about what is possible. Policy must also support teachers about what is possible. And then all of us in this room and beyond must assume competence. Assume competence. Do not assume that a person with disability is unable to answer you or unable to comprehend. Those children understand exactly what you are saying. They might need time to process, but if you assume competence and you're patient and you wait, then you will hear what they have to say. So when we're talking about policy to support us, policy must also reflect the changing trends in education and in technology that is existing. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That is very eye-opening and very informative. Talking about changing trends, especially in communication, we are going to the next panelist, who is Michael Odhiambo, the Director, Shared Services, Information and Communication Technology Authority, ICTA. Michael has served in a number of boards and has participated in the formulation of policies in different capacities in the country, in the continent, and globally. Now, the question directed to him is what is the role of Information and Communication Technology Authority in facilitating acquisition of assistive technologies, and how can policies ensure equitable distribution of assistive technology in rural and undeserved areas?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I should first start by saying that ICT Authority is a state agency under the Ministry of ICT. And therefore, what we do is to implement policy and also advise on, give our input on where we see policy going so that then the ministry can help us to implement this. Now, one thing I must say is that as ICT Authority, we realize that this is a space where we need to pay more attention, and there's need for a lot of synergy with the people in this room. And there are certain things we have done just to start this by focusing on accessibility. We realize that even before we look at assistive technology, there are certain prerequisites that we need to meet. Because yes, you may do and have the technology in place, but what have you done to make sure that these people have accessibility? And I'll just give a few examples. I know as government, some time back, there was this program we call the Digital Learning program, where we provided devices for children in primary schools. But over time, as we went around, we noticed one thing. We made assumptions. We made assumptions that everyone has got the ability to use these devices. And therein lie the opportunity for us to ensure that then these devices are actually accessible to all, including the persons with disabilities. And as a result of that, the ICT Authority, working in conjunction with the Communications Authority of Kenya, the National Council for Persons with Disability, and also the Kenya Bureau of Standards, came together to then come up with a standard we call the Kenya ICT Accessibility Standard. It's the KISE 2952 standard. So what this then stipulates is that you, in every technology that we are doing as government, to try and push to ensure that all these standards are met by ensuring that you provide technology that is accessible to everyone. And as a result, we then started with some of the key systems, and so far about 21 systems have been made accessible. And among those is the e-citizen platform. Now, I am aware that even in doing this, it might not be quite to the expected level of accessibility that may be required. But then this is really a start, and as government working with all these other players, we have managed to do some of the systems. And I just want to read some of them out. Obviously, one of them is ICT Authority website, the National Treasury website. And even as I read this, I'll just say something before I finish. Why this is also important is we realize that as government is pushing to digitize services, you may think that you're doing this for the good of everyone, but sometimes even in this digitization, you're making it worse for other people, because when you make something accessible online and you remove the manual option, which may be people devised ways of moving, navigating around it, you then discriminate and let other people not be able to get these services. In fact, we have had situations where some of these have gone to court and some of these services had to then stop. So I'll just read some of those. The National Treasury website, the e-citizen portal, the accreditation portal of the ICT Authority. So what the accreditation portal does is, for those who want to do business in government from an ICT perspective, you go in and get some level of accreditation. And we had to make sure that that is also accessible so that then it's inclusive for everyone. Ministry of Youth has got 2 systems and within their website that is also included. The Judiciary. Now, the one for the Judiciary is interesting because you realize with the COVID having come in, the Judiciary also went online, and we've had situations where there are court cases being done online, and I believe that is still happening to this date. The question was, how then inclusive is this? And therefore, the e-filing system for the Judiciary is also inclusive, as well as the main website of the Judiciary. In addition to that, we have the Advocates Complaint Commission, which is also accessible. The Kenya Law Reporting, that's from the AG's office. Other counties have also taken up to this, which we really appreciate. That's the Nakuru County, the Busia County, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kirinyaga County, Laikipia County, have also agreed to work with us in getting this done, so that even within the county setup, we try and make this accessible for people. Carlo has also got 5 websites also inclusive. Now, why is this important? You know, as we put technology within this country, accessibility has been taken for granted for a while. And I personally, I guess part of the reasons I'm here is because I've taken a personal initiative. And I think we've worked with the government of UK, the Digital Access Program, who have been very supportive in this, together with the National Council for Persons with Disability, to help us then also create awareness. Because doing a system is one thing, but awareness, we realize, is one of the most important things. And as a result, we've trained over 200 senior directors in government around this space, so that then they realize how important to ensure accessibility is achieved within the services they offer. And then we come in from a technology perspective to ensure that those requirements are met and made available to everyone. The other thing I must say is that the State House itself is also part of this. We have worked together with them in trying to make the website and other services accessible, so that then we try and have inclusivity for all. I think the other thing that's important to mention is that my personal initiative in this is not just something personal, but then it is enshrined in that standard I just mentioned. And in that standard, we as government are trying to put certain expectations to ensure that we meet them. For example, in government, we have, I think it's about 320 websites that then our citizens use to access government services and get to know about government. So we have put the threshold of about 25% to be accessible by the end of this financial year, and we're trying to stretch that to 35%. That's over 80 to 100 websites to be accessible. So far, I mentioned we have already done about 21, and we believe that working together with stakeholders and getting to know more from the people in this room, we can then work together to do this. And I noticed there was Enable Africa in the room, who have also been part of this journey, and we really appreciate the efforts that they have pushed in. I think there are certain comments I've had here today that have really touched me. And one of them, and I really wish to meet the speaker who said this, I will change the heart of leaders to fully support PWDs. I felt that was a really powerful statement that can be taken to the right places that it needs to meet, at least from an ICT perspective. Because I think sometimes when we do systems, we do not really think of everyone. But some of the systems are so critical, so crucial. Some of them touch on education, like we're talking about today. I know for us, we have focused a lot on the citizen of this country and trying to see how they can access these services. But as I sit here today, I realize the importance of what this means, not just to adults, but even to kids who are growing up. And to me, this is a challenge, and to see how we can possibly see how to work probably together with the Ministry of Education in a closer way to see how to achieve these efforts together. And I think that's where I want to stop, and I really want to commend this particular engagement. And I would really like to ask that there's more involvement from an ICT perspective, because the other thing I have seen is that we can work with private sector who understand the challenges that have been discussed in this room to help us not only create the space for these solutions to prosper, but also to build them within the policies we have in government, at least from an ICT perspective, so that accessibility and inclusivity is a given, is not an option, but is a given that must be put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is very, very powerful and informative from Michael Odhiambo, who is the Director, Shared Services, Information and Communication Technology Authority, ICTA. It was very interesting to hear you also mention the judiciary, given that the Court of Appeal has gone totally paperless. And with the e-filing system, we've always had questions in regards to how disabled people are able to access services from the judiciary. And it's very also interesting to see Justice Laibuta, who is sitting here with us, and I'm pretty sure he's also going to highlight some of these issues later on in the day. Moving forward to our next panelist is Professor Intisar Hussain, who is the President-elect Counseling Services. Professor Inchisa Hussein is a distinguished mental health clinician with over a decade of experience specializing in trauma and neurological disorders. The question to you, Professor, is are there policies on specialized learning material, assistive devices, and technology in the USA? And what lessons can Kenya learn from your experiences?
Okay. Hello, everyone. So my American colleague is going to speak a little bit more about the history. So I'll stick a little bit to what is taking place in Minnesota. With assistive devices, in our state, we have insurances that cover it, or the state or government supplies all the devices needed. The critical part that I would like to discuss in this conference is what if a physical device is not accessible? Or if internet is not possible, because in order to have these devices, you have to have access to internet, and there's individuals that are not able to afford that. So let's talk about the common man. How can we bring accessibility and provide individuals who are non-verbal the ability to speak? So I would like to talk about PECS. It's Picture Exchange Communication System, which we are bringing to KISE. So this is going to provide individuals that don't have access to internet to print images and being able to put picture to word. So as a special education teacher or ABA therapist is working with this individual, they're able to physically print these items, and instead of needing a device, they could pull out these pictures and communicate. So for example, I'm going to give you one of our kiddos who is 2 years old, did not have the verbal ability, but it's also understandable because of the age. So if they needed water, they would grab the parent and point. But when they ended up going to school or ABA services, they didn't have that ability. So we created special binders that are able to have all the items that that child prefers, whether it's using the bathroom, looking out the window, going for a walk. These physical items, which is printed and then laminated, the child is able to provide to the parent or their caregiver and communicate instead of having a physical device. And the complication of having devices as well is they might break. How is it going to be fixed? Insurance. So we have streamlined all that to be able to have these binders and make it accessible to everybody. In the United States, we have special education teachers in the school, which also coordinate with social workers that are able to give the child what that they need. And this is something that I see Kenya progressing towards. And most importantly, I see KISE doing this, where they're able to work with their speech therapists and provide parents with minimal devices or text that they need to be able to communicate their needs. So a lot of individuals at this conference speak about disability, but we often ignore the invisible disability. So imagine going to school and not being able to express how you feel to a teacher because there is no way to be able to vocalize it. So PECS is able to provide the child with images to be able to say, I'm sad, I'm mad, I'm happy. And it costs minimally for schools to be able to have those posters or binders.
Well, thank you very much, Professor. And Kenya is going to, through collaborations, be able to achieve some of those milestones that you've just mentioned. Still from the USA, our next panelist is Dr. Mandy Rispoli, Professor of Special Education from the University of Virginia. Welcome to Kenya. Dr. Rispoli is the editor-in-chief of two academic journals, Behavior Modification and the Journal of Positive Behavior Interventions. She has also published over 140 peer-reviewed research articles and book chapters concerning behavioral interventions for children with autism and developmental disabilities. My question to you, Dr. Mande, is to what extent have teachers in USA adopted the integration of assistive technology in facilitating learning for students with disabilities in inclusive settings?
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you for organizing this event and for allowing us time to be here and learn with you all. So in the United States in 1988, we had legislation that offered states the opportunity to volunteer to learn more about integrating and delivering assistive technology. Then in 2004, we had the Assisted Technology Act, which requires all states to work with families and individuals with disabilities to provide not only assistive technology devices, but also assistive technology services. So when we talk about assistive technology, we're talking about equipment, but we're also talking about the services that go along with that equipment, like assessment and evaluation. How do we know which device will be best for which learner? What are the strengths of that learner that we should leverage and maximize through assistive technology? What are the barriers to learning or to communicating or to employment that these devices might help reduce or get around? We also talk about services as teaching. So just because you have a picture board or a spelling board, how do you learn how to use that? So what is the instruction that needs to happen there? And that's where teachers are so essential. So supporting teachers as they're going through their teacher training program, but also supporting teachers in the classroom, because we know that technology is always changing and science is giving us new answers and new information. So teachers in the classroom need to continue to be students themselves and learn how to use this equipment with different individuals. We also need to think about how do we individualize or modify equipment to fit each individual student or adult with a disability. So one size does not fit all. Right? So how does this equipment need to be adapted for this specific user? And I heard this comment earlier, and I just want to reiterate it, which is the importance of individuals with disabilities' voice throughout this process, in the design, in the instruction, and in the feedback on what's working with the device and what's not working with that device. So part of what we talk about with services is progress monitoring and evaluation. Is this device continuing to meet the needs of the student, or have they learned and now we need a different device? Or it has technology advanced and now we need a different device or a different instruction. So one of the important things that we do that we should think about with assistive technology is not just the equipment, but the services and instruction and evaluation that go along with that equipment.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. It's good to hear about monitoring and evaluation. And now we're going to take questions from members of the audience. You can direct your question to either of the panelists sitting in front with the help of our MC. If you have a question, kindly raise your hand.
Questions from the floor?
We have one at the front.
Let's have the microphones. Thank you so much. Excellent. And by the way, please utilize the Menti platform for your questions. And once they come in, with your permission, Sarafina, I can read some.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Jane Miruri. My question is coming to Michael as a parent. First, let me commend the ICTA for making some websites and some services accessible. But my question is this: you have started from the top, and my child is expected as they come up to be able to use those websites and access them. But nobody has bothered to make it possible for them to learn how to do that. Are you going to walk that back, or is there a plan for that to work alongside the Ministry of Education to ensure that the services they're going to come and use once they turn 18 or 16 are being taught at the earliest possible level on access and also understanding their use? Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am encouraged that the last speaker talked about learning about technical surfaces. It's not just about the device, but also the surfaces that accompanies the device. And as a caregiver, that is very important because I can have something as a caregiver, and because I don't have the knowledge to use it, it might not help the person that I am caring for. So that need, as KISE is coming up with the caregiver empowering unit, I think that will really work for most caregivers. I also wanted to ask Michael, because once we deal with disability, we become friends of every kind of disability. And I have been to NCPWD offices. They have forms. When you are registering for disability, and I noticed the forms are there for people to fill. But then I wondered, for people who are visionary impaired, is there a way that they can access the website?
Okay, let's take those two. Yes, Michael.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll start with the first question. I think Dr. Jane asked around basically how are we including our kids? I mean, let's not just focus on the adults, so that then by the time they get to being adults, they've already gone through a process where they understand by virtue of training or getting exposed to this technology, they're knowing how to use it. And the answer, and I think I alluded to it, and maybe I didn't go into detail. So one of the things I mentioned is that the digital learning program, if you remember, there was this time when we took devices to schools. We took actually about 1.2 million devices to 22,000 schools. But one of the things we realized is that this was lacking. So as we are trying to then come back and relook at the design, and I like what she said, is that even as you're looking at design, look at the people who are using this. What is it that we are doing to ensure that we have accessibility even on those services for those kids? So one is, and that's why we are working with national NCPWD, see how we can get this done. But in addition to that, there was one other discovery we made. We sometimes focus on putting, and I think my colleague mentioned access to internet, because at the end of the day, that is a backbone to get most of these services running and people accessing them. So as government, then we push to ensure that the ASOL areas of this country, there are about 19 of them, are beginning to get access to this internet. And then you try and focus on the youth. I know the difference here is that we have tried to focus so much on the citizen and may have not paid attention to the education sector. And therefore, I agree with you, working together with the Ministry of Education, because what we have focused on is providing technology, but then the content you see comes from KIC. Accessibility and inclusion for persons with disability in this. Because like I said, you can focus on having a device, but is the service that is running on that device accessible? So together with KICD, we are trying to see how that matter can be sorted. I wish I had someone here from KICD to maybe give a bit of context. So that's what I'd like to say about that. And then with regard to the services for people who are visually impaired, and I just want to reiterate that in the number of websites that I have mentioned, I think in a few of them we have started including the option of sound. And maybe in hindsight, we should have come with one of our users who would have well demonstrated this. Visually impaired, but going through a website and just touching on different parts of it, and you get feedback, audio feedback of where on that web page you are. And we use them thanks to the UK Digital Access Program in an activity we are trying to do together to make this happen. It's just that this is focused on the citizen, so that then we do a test on any given website, try and test for someone who's visually impaired, try and test for someone who maybe is just having a few challenges with sight or and try and see how well can they access this, and then you give a score. So these are some of the things we're trying to do so that we cover that across the board. So we've done this just for 20 websites. This is a start, but then I agree with you that this needs to be fast-tracked, because when you start this journey, you must include everyone, not just people who can see, but even people who can't hear and the rest. So I know audio feedback is part of what it is that we are doing, and we are trying to spread this across the 20 websites we've done, and to include the 25% of websites that I talked about, which is streaming between 8 this financial year.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think also sensitization in regards to those websites will be very important so that everyone across the country can know about them. Now we go to the Menti website. You've got one question? Okay.
Yes. We do have questions from Menti, but go ahead with your guidance. We have a question here.
The mic, please.
So just a quick statement here. Michael Odhiambo from ICT Authority said it all. Let him meet EARC Kenya Fraternity for a way forward on how to help and support learners with special needs. And a question here. What devices or can my autistic son, 12 years old, use other than audiobooks to translate voice to text and vice versa when learning? He has perfect comprehension but can't read or write. Can type fair.
Okay. So one of our panelists can answer that question before you take one from the audience.
Regarding technology to help individuals learn to read and write and communicate all that they understand, there are high-tech devices like voice dictation software, and there are low-tech devices like adaptive for students is give them multiple means to access instruction and multiple means to show their knowledge in response to instruction. So from selecting pictures of aspects of the story that they've just read, or putting in order the events of the story, there are ways that they can communicate what they know that might not look like traditional paper and pencil writing. And having lots of different ways to do that is helpful and can be adapted for individuals' strengths and preferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have the other question we had from the audience.
Thank you so much. My name is Tsuma Ndamwe. I got 4 questions, but I'll compress them. I don't know anyone among the panelists can be able to respond to that. Number 1, I believe I'm a parent with a son who has Down syndrome, but a mild case. He is currently in grade 6 and is registered through CAPSEA, as a pathway to seat the assessment, which is coming in a few months from now. Now, when he was in grade 3, we registered him as a child with Down syndrome because there were electives, of disabilities. There was physical disability, deaf, blind, autism, and Down syndrome. Down syndrome was among others. So when you pick others, then you pre-select Down syndrome. That was available at grade 3 level. But when we came to grade 6, we found that there were only 4 disabilities. There was one which was physical disability, there was deaf, there was autism, and none. So none meaning you neither have Down syndrome. So that became a problem. How do we register this child for the grade 6, the assessment examination? And I went as far as even Kenya National Examination Council, and I was not very much helped. So I ended up registering my son as none. None, the definition of none means he has no disability, because amongst the available options which were there, he is neither deaf, he has no physical disability, and he is not blind. So I was forced to register him as normal. Now, this is the problem which I'm asking, that we need collaboration between the state agencies, the private actors, and the ministry involved to be able to sort out this problem for the children that are going to come in the future. But for my case now, I am told, because I still have to go to NEC, Kenya National Examination Council, we only have 15 minutes time difference to sit an exam between him and the normal kids. Even the 15 minutes in an exam, what can you do? That is too little. Whoever came up with that, whatever criteria was used, it needs to be revisited. Number 2, we are looking at like Kasarani, where we are here now. Most of the schools that offer special learning are concentrated in these areas. I want to tell me if I am wrong. Most of the schools are concentrated here. If we have parents who are scattered other regions of Nairobi and they need to access, like for me, I live in South Sea. And when I came here, I've actually been in this place many times. When I came here, I was told we have some around here where I can bring my son. But I look at the logistics, the transport all the way. Can those people involved in this decide or make a decision to spread these schools all over Nairobi? Or have certain locations also represented. Otherwise, right now, Kasarani is crowded with all these schools. And some children who need to access these services cannot be able to access because of the distance. Number 3, there is a new standard called ISO 21001. I'm a consultant, so I do a lot of trainings. It is on EOMS, Education Organization Management Systems. None of the universities, none of the education institutions in Kenya are certified on that standard. This standard embraces inclusive education and education for learners with disability. For example, we have talked about all these disabilities. Has anyone talked in Kenya? Has anyone talked about transgender? People who are of transgender disability.
Very good.
How do we maybe address the transgenders? In some places, when you go, in some universities, when I was doing the training, I was told there is a student who is a neither he or a she. How do we address them? This is a very big challenge.
Well,
So I am asking that so much need to be done with the state agencies, ministries involved, and all the private partners.
thank you very much for the questions. Let's have Fred Hager from the Directorate of Special Needs Education, Ministry of Education, address some of those concerns as we wind up.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. I will attempt to respond to at least some of them. And I'll give a bit of a background, especially regarding the curriculum. And I remember my colleague here, Jackie, also mentioned something about what we recognize as learning. The CBC, that's a competency-based curriculum, recognizes that learners are different. And while there are those learners who will be able to do the ABCDs and the numeracies and compete with their peers who may not have disabilities, it also recognizes a different pathway for learners who may not be able to do that. So that's what resulted in the age-based, where the learners are promoted or transit based on their ages and the expectations of the different ages. And those are the learners who end up doing the KIPSEA and move on to junior school. The other group of learners follow what is regarded as a stage-based. And it's stage-based because a learner may take 1 year to learn a particular concept or level's potential should be nurtured. And it doesn't matter what it takes, but we recognize that learners have different abilities, different perspectives, and the system should be able to meet them at their different points of need. So maybe that's a discussion that we can follow after this and see exactly how far that goes. There was the issue of learning institutions being concentrated around this area. And probably that could be true, but only to some extent. You realize that the institute, that's KISE, has the National Assessment Center. And this is the center that provides assessment to these learners, functional assessment, and then helps with their placement. However, not just in Nairobi, but across the country, we do have schools that address the different needs of learners. And probably they are not just concentrated in this area. At this point, I wish to speak about the policy that is guiding the provision of education services at the moment, which is a sector policy for learners and trainees with disability of 2018. That policy basically says that the Ministry of Education supports disability inclusive education. And to unpack that, it doesn't mean a learner being placed in a regular school or in a special school. It simply means that a learner is placed in the environment that is most responsive to his or her needs, that an environment where he or she will be able to actually access education. So I think those are some of the things that I can talk about. as I leave maybe others to the other colleagues. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Well, I'm also being told we have officers from KICD. I will also address some of the concerns raised as we go on with the program of the day. Now, to my panelists who have been very informative in terms of the discussions we've been having on policy perspective on specialized learning material, assistive devices and technology. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. We've had Fred Haga, Michael Odhiambo, Dr. Ross Ngugi, Dr. Mandy Rispoli, Professor Intisa Hussein, and Jacqueline Madhaga. Let's give them another round of applause. Asanteni sana. But before you leave, we have your presence here from KISE. Just appreciate you for the informative insights that you've shared with us.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the panelists and moderator. And I'm sure there are so many other questions. Please post them via menti.com. And definitely we'll take note of those questions and comments. In the meantime, let's celebrate. We do have Honorable Justice Dr. Kibail Imana Laibuta, Judge, Court of Appeal, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. appreciate your contribution.
If anybody has seen it, please bring it.
You.
Everything's okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's 13 minutes past 11. We should kick off by exactly 11:15. So only 2 minutes for us to settle down.
What? Here it is. Michael.
Just quick announcement, one of our panelists is in search of his stylus pen. White stylus pen. White stylus pen. So just check around in case you thought it was a pen, you could just pick the right, just check on it. We're glad if you're able to bring it to us so that Michael remembers this expo as one that served him well. 14 minutes past 11. One minute left, ladies and gentlemen. We kick off. Those joining us online, asanteni sana for your patience. Thank you for being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is nice this time. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Asante sana. Karibuni, ladies and gentlemen. It's our final installment. Welcome back. Welcome back. We still remind you, we are not living in the future. This is our beloved country, ladies and gentlemen. The talents, the skills, the experiences, the knowledge, the wisdom. This is our home. It would be wrong to wait for somebody else to come build this home for us. And every one of us, the microphone please, thank you so much. We can reduce the volume please a bit. Every one of us has a role to play. Wow, thank you so much. Even for the simple reason that we were born here is a simple sign that regardless of where we go, we must give a return on investment. And we can only do that if we create an inclusive society where every human being, every one of us is able to reach their highest level of potential, highest human excellence. And we cannot do that if we don't provide affordable, accessible, assistive devices for our brothers, our sisters, our parents living with special needs. And this expo, ladies and gentlemen, at the very heart of it, we're saying we're here to celebrate possibilities. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of you once again. This is not just any kind of event. This is real. We're reminded every one of us is a candidate. A fall outside here, an accident on the road. Something can just happen. And let us not wait until you are in need. In 2 minutes because he's celebrating 25 years. This is a gentleman celebrating 25 years working with children living with disabilities all the way from tafadhali, makofi yake tafadhali, karibu sana. We celebrate the work that you do, Pastor Stephen Ngetich, makofi yake tafadhali. 2 minutes please. I have a timer here so that you are well guided. Go ahead.
Hello. I want to take this opportunity to thank God very much for giving me an opportunity to serve. Way back, I was in Kenya Institute of Special Education. That was 1997 for certificate course. And I went back to start how I had a sister who was physically handicapped and hearing impaired. For the last 8 years, I had to take care of her. Little did I know that my disappointment times was becoming God's appointment times. After leaving Kenya Institute of Special Education, and I want to appreciate the mentorship and the guidance that I was given by all the facilitators, the directors, and all. I went and started a school, Kedowa Special Schools for the Hearing Impaired Children in Kericho County. And God have really uplifted us from that great ground. I started with 3 hearing impaired children. Those children, up to this particular moment, they have undergone through the primary training. I created the first high school for the hearing impaired children in Kedowa Special School, which was number 4 nationally after Kerogoy, Reverend Muhoro, after Mumias, and Ucha School for the hearing impaired. And God have heard my prayers, and we have extended those children to various categories. Several of them have gone through the National Youth Service. Right now, most of them are athletes, and I have 6 who are potentially to go to China this particular grade year. I want to honor God in this particular great forum. God has seen me through, and I have been also the spiritual leader. Been mentoring the hearing impaired children, and I have done the best at each and every level. And currently, I am mentoring the hearing impaired boy child for Christ to live a better life. And as we read from the book of John, chapter 5, verses 1 to 7, the Bible says there was some time when the disabled people were gathered in the pool of Bethsaida, and one of them had stayed there for the last 38 years. When Jesus saw him, he asked, "Why have you been here for this long?" The invalid said, "I have nobody to put me into the pool of Bethsaida." And Jesus gave him instantly a healing. Guest of honor today, I am honored as I mark the 25th anniversary as the spiritual bishop for the hearing impaired child of Africa. It is an honor that I was given in Paris, France, the first deaf education center in the world, which was started in 1712. This is Charles Abbé de l'Abbé, and I want to honor God, and I want to tell each and everyone here, Isaiah chapter 3, verses 10, the Bible says, "Tell the righteous, all shall be well." Can we all say that? Isaiah chapter 3, verses 10.
Isaiah chapter
The
3.
Bible says,
The Bible says,
"Tell the righteous, all shall be well."
tell the righteous
That is
all shall
great.
be well.
Currently, I'm serving in Baringo County, which is special school for the hearing impaired children. And I want to thank God so much because it is unique. Once you trust upon God, all the caregivers, all the parents who are presented here, our presenters who have been here, you have really definitely demonstrated great commitment. So I want to urge upon you. Yesterday, there was that lady about with 3 year challenged children. I want to tell you, behind the challenge, God will intervene, and you will definitely see the mighty hand of God transforming your life. Each and every person living with disabilities, stand up, arise, and walk, because God will definitely cater you hear your voice and your need. May the Lord bless you in a wonderful way. Our guests, I salute you. The presenter, all the various medias, and all the donors who have supported this. I really want to salute you. May the Lord bless you all. And we all say, Amen.
Pastor teacher, thank you,
God
sir.
bless you.
Thank
so
you
much.
so much.
Thank you. Thank
Many
you for that
thanks.
great honor.
Asante,
I am delighted. And I'm
the presence of this region.
asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much, Pastor. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes. Nicholas Ndungu, this is the Prince Autism Kenya, also known as Mr. Autism Kenya. 2 minutes. Talk to us. Talk to us. Come on. Makofi yake tafadhali as he comes. 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
You know, you know, you know. I told you that you love me.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Tell me why you're crazy.
Hi.
Oh, fine. Never want
Nice to
to
be.
be.
Thank you.
Never try.
Hello. My name is Nicholas Dongo. The Prince Autism Kenya, also the Mr. Autism Kenya 2023. I'm a young youth with dyslexia, and also I would love to let you guys to know about more neurodivergent youth, how they overcome dyslexia. Also, your kids and your youth can overcome any kind of special needs. When I was young, that people and also the doctor says that I cannot I cannot overcome dyslexia or any kind of disability. They said that I'm stupid. They said that I'm enabled differently, and that's true. I am. That I cannot do great things like other youths who don't have any disability or any neurodivergence. Also, the teachers in the normal school, they think that I'm stupid, useless, and also they think that we're not gonna manage. I have to move several schools to different schools, different education, but none of them they accept me. I have to go to a special needs school. Before I go to a special needs school, I have to be assessed by KISE, and I want to say thank you to those teachers who assessed me. They told my caregiver that I have dyslexia, and right now I'm doing great things in the society. I'm helping the youths in overcoming dyslexia, autism, and also Down syndrome. I've been featured in so many televisions, so I can raise awareness to those youths who are feeling less confidence, less not feeling that people are not nice to you. I started. I'm a fond of Prince Autism Kenya. I started with Nicholas, the Dyslexic Advocate, in 2019. I was 15 years old, and also I moved to do awareness through schools, normal schools, who the schools have like us. And also in EXPO, we have been chosen by Step Up Foundation to do with the Microsoft how to build. I got the idea that autism, they're not really recognized by other people. So there is, but now we want the youth and the kids to have good exposure and to know themselves. And also I traveled in 2023. I traveled to Tanzania to advocate in the ICANN conference. Like ICANN conference, I was one of the speakers advocating, and also, yes, also the song which I heard is it's my original song. You can go and check on my YouTube channel. It's called Peace Autism. You can subscribe. Also, you can share to other youths. Have been posting activities for the youths who have dyslexia and autism. Also, the founder of the neurodivergence WhatsApp group. If you like to be part of the community, you can. I can get one of your contacts, and also you can join the group. Yes. Thank you.
Wow, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Just play that music a bit. Just his song once again. It's okay if you have it. Oh, you want to sing it? Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Know you feel, you know, you say, you know, you love me now. Yeah, I told you that you love me. Just you tell me why I'm crazy. Oh, fine, never wanna be, never trust, I never wanna go where the places that's right. Never wanna trust every moment you want. I cannot just say let go what the past now. I feel like I'm losing my mind every single time. Can I just let go every single time? Looking in my eyes, looking in my room. Looking in my eyes, looking in my room. I just told you that I love you, love you. I told you many times that I love you, love you. I can't just be the same person. Just tell me why I'm for person. I just told you nothing every single way I go. We cannot let go every single time you feel. No, you feel in my room. You know, you say in my room. You know, you love me now. Yeah,
come on.
And I'll go with the past now. Just to tell me where I just feel now. I cannot go. I cannot go. I cannot go. Cannot go. Yeah. No, you feel. You know. You say. You know. You love me now. Yeah. Wow. Looking in my eyes. Looking in my room. Looking in my eyes. Looking in my room.
I just told you that I love you, love you. I told you many times that I love you, love you. I can't just be the same person. Just never know why for person. I just told you nothing every single word. Going and I let go every single time you feel. No.
Wow, big
Thank
round
you
of
so
applause.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. Now, I have a challenge for you. Are you ready for the challenge?
Yeah, sure.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, come over, come over. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. Okay, so we have Gusa Nafsi as well, and you're going to show us your dancing style as well. You ready? They're going to play something.
Okay.
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 So are you ready? Gusa Nafsi band. Wako tayari. Rumba kidogo. Huh? Nicholas. Rumba. Eh? Eh? Aya, show us your style. Let's go. Come on. Everybody. Everybody. Come on. Come on. Everybody. Come on. Come on. Hey! Oh! Everybody. Wait. Hey! Yeah. Makofi yake, makofi. Well done, bro. Good stuff, man. Give it up, man. Give it up. Well done. I've seen. Hey, continue kidogo. Nimeona laibucha. Hey. No, we need to see you. Come on. Judge, come on. Kamera kwake. Let's show. Kila mtu. Show us your style. Come on. Asante. Well done. You kind of take your seat. Well done. Wow. Woo. Fantastic. Well done. And by the way, Judge Laibuta. No, we were actually seeing you dance. Oh yeah. And by the way, probably during the launch, after we're done, we need to see some more. He has books, and by the way, you need to sit back and listen to his speech just before we launch the strategic plan, because that will come after we are done with the panel discussions. A race in the dark. A race, just imagine, it's dark, but it's a race. How to make your marriage work. Married people, are you here? Judge Laibuta is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. 34 minutes past the hour. For the next 50 minutes, 40 minutes to engage the panelists, and 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Please note, we have menti.com that will be on the screen, because we may not give everybody a chance to ask their questions via the microphone, but at least the Menti platform will give you that opportunity. And remember, all that is being captured, so it's not a waste. And even if you get to ask your question, would kindly request also you type it in, post it via Menti. But before the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we want to explore artificial intelligence and Internet of Things for persons with disabilities. And to talk to us for the next 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, please,
With a distinguished career spanning over a decade, his expertise encompasses innovation, entrepreneurship, assistive technology, and venture capital. His impact resonates globally with collaborations, awards, and accolades across and beyond Africa, Europe, the UK, and the USA. Please welcome the Assistive Technologies for Disability Trust, AT4D founder, and the Innovate, now Accelerator Director, Bernard Chira.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I'm not sure. I haven't checked my watch. It's still morning, right? All right, all right. Thank you so much. Um, so it's been a long time since I spoke to such a packed room. So it's such an honor to be back here again at KISE. Before I begin, I really must commend this institution for the strides that it is making, not only to advance education for learners with disabilities, but to make sure that it's not left behind in the advancement of technology and innovation, to ensure that those learners go ahead to become successful in life, to participate equally in society, and to come back and give back to society. Now I'm informed I have 24 minutes to deliver this keynote address. I will try to keep time, but sometimes when I speak from the heart, that becomes a difficult task. So I will request that a presentation that I had shared be displayed. And before I go into the presentation, I want to play a 2-minute video, but put a disclaimer that I'm in no way promoting Apple, who are the producer of this short video. And I must also apologize that the video is not audio described, although it is captioned. So for our guests with visual impairment, I will try to be the audio describer after the short video played. So kindly let us play the video. Hey Siri. So ladies and gentlemen, that very short video just explained everything. What I mean is we just watched persons with disabilities like myself and others with disabilities you can't see, with the power of technology, fully taking command and control of their lives. And this is not fiction. I know this are people say in the US or other European countries, but this is the opportunity we have right here in Kenya, in Africa, to make it possible for persons with disabilities not only to participate, but shake the world. Did you hear that phrase? Shake the world, have an impact. So I am Bernard Chira. My organization, AT4D, or Assistive Technologies for Disabilities Trust, is a legacy organization or a project called Innovate Now that we've been running in Kenya. It is Africa's first assistive tech accelerator. Basically, what we've been doing is saying that assistive technology, disability inclusion, disability rights is not just for government, for charities, it is for all of us. And entrepreneurs and innovators have a role to play, just the same way our country is known for technology adoption in finance, energy, and other sectors. We can take the lead in ensuring that technology helps to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. So we've been supporting these entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, to get the resources, tools, and expertise to actually build assistive technology solutions that are built and made for Africa, that have the context of our unique challenges. And I'm very happy that after almost 5 years of testing this program, we have established AT4D to drive disability innovation into the future in this continent. But that's not what I'm here to talk about, but I thought it was important for context. So today I'm here to talk about a topic that is literally tech jargon, AI, IoT. Before I delve into that, I want to share something that I came across just this week. And our senator, who is Senator Crystal, nominated senator, kindly don't move the slides yet. I will get into that. Just be at the first page. Thank you. Senator Crystal posted something on social media, and it was a video of her getting into a matatu or a public transport vehicle in Kenya. This video showed the experience that you will go through. And the sad reality is, even as we talk about big technology terms here, AI, IoT, is that we are failing at the basics. Mobility and transportation is a human right, is a responsibility of government and public sector to make sure that everybody has access to public transportation. And we have an opportunity to redesign our public transportation. And that opportunity is real because there is a leap, a technological leap happening in Kenya of electric mobility. How many of us have noticed or seen an electric boda by show of hands? An electric bus by show of hands. Now, these mobility devices are not new. They've been used in Europe, in other continents, and they come with standard design. Sometimes if you bring it, if it's a bus, where they've already inbuilt accessibility, wider door, a ramp for a wheelchair to get in. So we don't have to wait, but we can encourage our public transport sector to redesign the matatu so that a wheelchair can go through the door. And it is possible. I digressed, but let's get into the topic of the day. Now, AI. A very intelligent person once told me, AI is neither intelligent nor artificial. And that really bugged my mind because the way we know AI is it's a computer mimicking human behavior, but with super fast speed, be able to perform everyday tasks. Now, the truth is we are in that age. It's no longer, in the far off that you haven't seen. And I can guarantee you that you have in one way or another interacted with AI. And the short video I played, you probably saw someone with a disability using gestures to take photos. That's just one example. So we are also in the age of generative AI. Generative AI, you have probably interacted with it through an application you might know as I know I'm going to hear the answer as Chat GPT. There you go. You just throw in a question and it gives you a response. Now, sometimes those responses are wrong and there's a disclaimer down there. But basically, AI models are fueled by data. And their effectiveness also depends on how they are trained. So to make it artificial intelligence, you have to train it with human intelligence. And unfortunately, the training methods sometimes are discriminatory, or they have biases. So it is my challenge to the innovators, developers in the room to start looking at inclusive training models for artificial intelligence. Some of these challenges are that the data does not have use cases for disability. So it would never show someone with disability to make a wrong decision. Some challenges around that are also around privacy. But having painted that almost very gloom picture, I want to show you the light. Now, let's move to the next slide. Yeah, next one. Next slide. Have we encountered a technological challenge? Next slide. Okay, stop there. So I'm displaying on the slides an image of a lady in yellow pointing at two objects. One is a wheelchair labeled B, and one is a staircase labeled A. And there is a question, but this might also be a trick question. Which one represents disability? I'm going to take two random answers from the audience. Is it the wheelchair or is it the staircase? So there's a lady on my left here. Just shout your answer. The staircase. Okay. I need one more answer. I see a gentleman in the middle. I think he has an answer. Is it A or B? Who thinks it's the wheelchair? There are no right or wrong answers here, by the way. I'm not going to grade this. I need some brave souls. Now, yes, there's a lady at the left. She thinks it's a wheelchair. Now, I want to blow your mind a little bit. The symbol of disability for a long time, even when you check the parking lot, what symbol do they use? They use a wheelchair. They don't use a staircase. However, I want us to interrogate what is disability, because the staircase can be a real symbol of disability. Why? Now, if I was using a wheelchair when I was coming up on stage, would the steps, literally the staircase, have been the right tool to use? So disabilities, go to the next slide. Disabilities happen when people with different impairments interact with an environment that ignores their needs. That's without interaction, there is no disability. Hello? Without interaction, there is no disability, because disability is not a person. Disability, I like to call it a human reality that will always be there unless we remove the barriers. Next slide. Okay, let's go forward. That's going back. I always like to throw in some numbers, because without numbers, sometimes we don't get it. And these are huge numbers. Recent reports now indicate that the people on this planet that need assistive products are 2.5 billion plus. Notice I didn't say persons with disabilities, but persons that need assistive products. It is estimated by 2050, there will be more than 900 million people with disabling hearing loss or hearing impairments. And also 80% of disabilities are not acquired at birth. They happen between the ages of 18 and 64. Meaning when we use technology to create an inclusive world, we are not just doing it for those we have labeled as having a disability. No, you're doing it for yourself. Because by age or accident or birth, you won't escape the reality that is having an impairment. But if we build an inclusive society, then we can actually make the world barrier free. So I want to talk a little bit about the opportunities we have with AI. Let's go one more slide forward. This is 1.3 billion people is the estimated number of persons with disability, and I like calling it an estimate because every day it's increasing. But what it goes to show that 15 to 16% of the entire human population experience disabilities. So this is not an under the carpet situation where we're just sweeping it. It's a big issue because the numbers speak for themselves. Let's go to the next slide. Assistive technology. I want to define this because this expo is an assistive tech expo, isn't it? Any technology that you use due to an impairment or loss of function is assistive technology. And it's not just products, guys. It's services as well and systems that support persons with various disabilities, various impairments to actually lead their everyday life independently, freely, and to achieve their full potential. And so it's a very important component of development of the SDGs. In fact, if we don't give people access to assistive technologies, we won't achieve the SDGs. And even if we rename them, because we are going to rename them very soon, do you know why? The deadline is quickly approaching. 2030 is around the corner. So we have to think very carefully about what the real barriers to development are. And lack of access to assistive technologies is one of them. Now, I want to read out a phrase here. Inclusion is about giving everybody an equal opportunity to participate. Disability inclusion is being very specific about it because matters disability tend to be checked as the last box when our organizations, our governments are thinking about diversity and inclusion. It needs to be the first one, and it needs not to be just a checkbox. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. I want to speak about some mega trends shaping our world today and how they affect or they what they imply for persons with disabilities. Mostly positive. For a very long time, we've known disability rights, disability inclusion to be a human rights and justice issue. And it is. And the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabilities has helped many countries prioritize this issue, including Kenya. But we are failing at policy implementation and making sure that our policies and laws are up to date. Assistive technology is the other mega trend. It has gained prominence now as a global developmental agenda. It was one of the World Health Organization's protocols passed, and also the UN has recognized that the lack of AT is actually impeding development and advancements of those human rights. I want to speak about inclusive design, and that's designing anything and everything in such a way that it doesn't discriminate you. It is a principle that, if well implemented, can get rid of most of the barriers we have around disability inclusion. We need this taught, implemented, and become part of our culture So if you are in any profession and you're in this room, ask yourself, have you designed your products, your services in a way that includes everybody? Or there are some people who are excluded basically because you did not have them in mind. I want to speak about the agency of persons with disabilities. This is the idea of giving power back to us. And I want to attempt a joke here that I read somewhere. I hope it will be funny. Now, I'm already laughing, so in my head it's very funny now. But there's a lesson to it. Now, it goes like this. If you find yourself given a task to remove the peels of some groundnuts for someone with a visual impairment, make sure you do it while whistling so that he knows you're not eating them. Okay, not that persons with visual impairment cannot unpeel groundnuts for themselves. But we are in a scenario in our world, in our country today, where people are making a lot of decisions for those with disabilities. The whistling has stopped, so we don't know what's happening. Are they eating the groundnuts? So we have to give agency back to persons with disabilities at all decision-making levels. There is nothing that can be achieved without inclusion of persons with disabilities in the solutions we're trying to find. The last one I want to speak about is the business case of disability inclusion. And this is very important for assistive technology. Why? Unfortunately, the legacy of assistive technology provision in our country and in many African countries is that one of charity. And I love people that give from a good heart. I applaud the charities and foundations that have been the backbone of the disability community in this country because they've had an impact. But unfortunately, they've carried a burden too heavy for them alone. It is time that everybody took their rightful responsibility to make sure that they are playing their role. Government must play its role to ensure that disability rights are protected, not just legislated. Businesses must open up their doors for persons with disabilities. If you run a shop or a business, a physical premise, and you don't have a ramp at your door, you're already excluding persons with disabilities. That's not IoT. That's something you can do on your own. If you have a website that's not accessible to persons with disabilities, you are excluding persons with disabilities. You can redesign your website so that anybody with a screen reader can come and experience the same thing like everybody else. Some of the key barriers we face, and I hope this is where our AI and IoT, and by the way, IoT is nothing more complex than devices that are interconnected on a network, the internet as we know it. For example, when you use your smartphone to make the camera take a picture, IoT just happened right there. When you use gestures, nowadays you can even use gestures to close your curtains or put off the lights. Smart homes, guys, that is IoT. It is not just pretty, it can be pretty impactful for persons with disabilities because if it requires you to engage your motor skills and you have an impairment, guess what? You have alternatives. So we are living in an age where these technologies are already being implemented, but the sad thing is that the exclusion of persons with disabilities continues because it's not a priority, it's not in people's minds. We need to make more noise about it and create awareness. Overlooked markets and access. Now, assistive technology is a huge market globally. It's a multi-billion-dollar market. And developing countries hold the biggest numbers for the need of assistive technology. So if you build products right, if you price them right, if you take the right business models, you will be able to run a successful social enterprise or business that caters to our needs. And our needs are not just assistive technology. I just need assistive tech to move, for example, myself. I forgot to do an audio description. I use crutches. Yeah, you can see them for those of us who are visually gifted. But I use crutches to move around. Sometimes I do use a wheelchair, depending on the context. So, but we are not all just about assistive technologies. We use other products. We buy phones, we buy clothes, we go to restaurants. That has nothing to do with assistive tech. But don't assume that you cannot cater or that we cannot pay. Oh, by the way, a lot of us are confused for beggars sometimes. I don't know whether it's happened to you when you have a disability. If you have a disability, you know, you stand in a corner and someone comes and they want to give you money. Then you walk to your car and you drive away. Well, that shows where the mind of the consciousness of our society is. We need to change that. The way to change that is to tell a different narrative. We have media in the house. You have a big role to play to show a different story, to show a story of possibilities. By the way, I don't know whether you know we have the Paralympics going on. And we do have a medalist, a silver medalist. I think by yesterday he was the only medalist. These are the stories we need to see. So the last barrier I want to speak about is resourcing entrepreneurship ecosystems for disability innovation and assistive technology. We have to make it an agenda of innovation for our country. Next slide. No, my time is almost up. Next slide. So the opportunity we have with AI and any other technology is to lower or eliminate barriers for persons with disabilities. We can create a more accessible world, and AI can supercharge social protection, even for those who need assistance. If these tools are used correctly, we can be more effective in addressing their needs. This is a country where from time to time we have emergencies. What has our response been to those children with disabilities during a flood or during a fire? Do we have protocols to make sure that their needs, whether that's assistive technology or humanitarian, are met? Next slide. All right, so I want to summarize this by the 3 points you see: collaboration, ecosystem, and investment. Next slide. So it's been a pleasure having this opportunity to give a keynote address at this very important event. If you want to learn more about the work that I do, if you want to collaborate, please contact me. My email is there. You can also visit our website, at4d.org, and also atinnovatenow.com. I want to make an announcement that we have an innovation challenge for assistive tech coming up. I don't know whether our team got it, but we will circulate it through the KISE team. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your very good attention. Asante sana.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay, I was so much in a hurry to make sure I keep the time, but I'm told there's a chance for questions. I don't know how many. How many are we taking? Okay, so I know I've spoken a lot. Now it's my time to listen. I'll be guided by our MC how much time we have for Q&A. But if you have a question, a thought,
Right.
shoot.
Absolutely. Big round of applause to Wanachira. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please take note of them. We have the Menti platform. And because of time, we have a panel discussion that is connected to your keynote remark. So we'll take all the questions at that time. But in the meantime, a big round of applause. Asante sana. Many thanks, many thanks, many thanks. Sound, please. We do have a gift. Ah, there we go.
Founder AT4D, Director Innovate Now Accelerator. We want to honor you with a gift for the key remarks you have offered us this morning. Na tunasema asante sana. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Many thanks. So we do have the Menti platform there for your questions. Sound, please. So we're now ready for the panel discussion. Disability is not a person. It is an interaction with a barrier and an environment. Sound, please. Do you have sound? Excellent, excellent. I'd kindly call upon the panelists to please make their way to the front. Inclusion is about giving everyone an equal opportunity to participate. Disability inclusion is being specific about it. Thank you so much for making it that clear. So we're ready? Excellent. So artificial intelligence, there you have it. And the panelists, Eric Odipo, Country Business Lead, Silicon Overdrive, a big round of applause to him. Kenneth Matiba, Deputy Director, Government and Public Affairs, Huawei, makofi yake tafadhali. Edwin Peterson, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, include Edjuice from South Africa. Karibu sana, welcome. And Dr. Jane Muiruri, Partner. Aaron, asante sana. Sarafina Robi, our moderator. Karibu sana. All the questions via Menti. 40 minutes to engage the panelists, 20 minutes for questions. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. As you've heard, if you're joining us for the first time, I'll be your moderator. I'm Sarafina Robi, a news anchor, a features and current affairs reporter in both English and Swahili, working at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Baba na Mama. Karibuni sana. Now, to start us off on our second panel discussion, we are going to be tackling a discussion on a sub-theme in regards to artificial intelligence and Internet of Things for persons with disability. And with me here is another very distinguished panel with 4 panelists. And we have Eric Odipo, who is the country business lead, Silicon Overdrive. Kenneth Matiba, the Deputy Director, Government and Public Affairs, Huawei. Edwin Peterson, the Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Include Edu South Africa. Dr. Jane Wiruri, the Partner, Isola, Parent Lecturer, Kenyatta University, AMREF and ADAT Foundation Program Coordinator. Karibuni sana. Well, to start us off, I'm going to be directing the first question to Kenneth Matiba. Kenneth is the Deputy Director, Government and Public Affairs, Huawei, as well as Mr. Matiba in his current role at Huawei is at the forefront of driving digital transformation in the public sector and enjoys storming with thought leaders in governments and private sector across Africa to advocate for policy and programs that prioritize digital inclusion and equitable access to the digital economy. Well, our first question to you is, in what ways can AI and Internet of Things be integrated to improve communication devices for individuals with speech or hearing impairment?
Sarafina, thank you very much for that colorful introduction. And thank you for the question as well. Just to go right into your question, how could AI be a driver and integrated in assisting, especially areas around speech? So you find that with artificial intelligence, it's about how much data you can give it and how much context you can give that data. And for speech recognition systems, as we are now, we have very advanced technologies around speech recognition, around translation, natural language processing between different contexts. There are some challenges that we get when it comes to some of these things, especially the data that is fed that then generates the models that we include into our systems. Case in point, some time back when I was in my grad school, we worked on something to do with speech recognition, but we kept realizing that there was a problem with what I would call African languages. There's a big problem with that. So these systems have been built to support Latin-based languages, so English, French, these kind of languages. And when we come to local languages, the context, the syntax, the grammar is not really well captured in some of these systems. So I think that is the next frontier that we need to work on. And researchers in the room, researchers across the ecosystem need to focus on contextualizing these systems. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Still on AI and Internet of Things. Our next question is directed to Eric Odipo, who is the country business lead, Silicon Overdrive. And Eric simplifies complex technical concepts to address a real world situation. Well, Eric, our question to you is, how can machine learning algorithms be utilized to personalize assistive technologies and adapt them to the specific needs of users with various disabilities?
Okay, thank you, Sarafina, and glad to be here. So the thing about technology, first of all, one of the things I need to admit here, and I think some of the speakers ahead of us alluded to that, is that technology, and specifically ICT technology, we are playing catch up, and we have been on a back foot in as far as assisting persons with disabilities. We have made innovations in so many things, talk of fintech, talk of green technology, and many other things, but we have not given sufficient focus to persons with disabilities. And that is an admission that I need to, as an industry player, to own. And then to your question, so when using machine learning languages and how you can better adapt them, especially within our context, and especially to serve the vast majority of people who do not have easy access to this technology, the best method is actually to train technology using locals. So I'll give you an example. There's a common term in tech called crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing is when you need something, you get masses of people, everyone to do something little, rather than looking for a few people to do a big thing. So, for example, I was just having a good conversation with the Signverse guys out here. Excellent technology, and they train their model by they gather in a room and they were just explaining to me the process, and then they agree on which sign represents which word, and then they do it. Then I was telling them, by the way, what if we have a way of whatever you guys are doing in your room, there's you can create 2,500 words in a couple of months. But what if we have this spread all over the country, and we have children, we have young people, like it's a massive campaign. People have been trained just to do that, and then you have many people contributing words. Yeah, they just trained how to do it, and you have many people contributors. You end up having very very refined local content, very refined local solutions to a very good innovation that has been built by our young people. And therefore, I'm really advocating for an inclusion of the entire community, whether we will take advantage of other schools, whether we'll take advantage of groups that are gathered, so that the training of this model is being done by as many players as possible. That helps it be local, that helps it, even the images that are used are relatable and things like that. And now technology is making all these things very possible. You can actually get a tech developed from out and completely build it back from ground up using local content. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. From the mamas, I can tell we have a number of questions which will be giving you a chance to ask later on. Our next panelist is Dr. Jane Wambui Mwiruri, who is a partner Isola, parent, lecturer at Kenyatta University, AMREF and EDAT Foundation Program Coordinator. She wears so many hats and is also a certified public accountant. And she's also a proud mother of 3 beautiful girls, 2 of whom are on the autism spectrum. Karibu sana. And our question to you is, how can assistive technology be integrated into the classroom to support learners with disabilities, for example, those who are blind or those who have hearing impairments?
Thank you so much, Robbie, for that awesome introduction. But I'll extend it further for our visually impaired. I'm a middle-sized African woman who is bald-shaven. I'm chocolate in color. I'm wearing long white hoops. I am wearing gray white soled sports shoes, black pants, a black hoodie, branded Saidi in purple and gray on the front. And if you meet me from the back, it's labeled Isola. Okay. Straight to your question. How would we put AI within our learning environment? The first thing would first to understand how our learners learn. And I'm going to digress from the visually impaired and the hearing impaired because I think this has been exhausted by everyone in this room. I think that drum, we can put it to rest. And I'll address what we call the invisible disabilities, such as autism, dyslexia, which are part of the learning disabilities. One way will be for the AI to actually understand how they learn, the individuality of most of them. And to do so, you'd have to answer call as to how they want to be addressed and taught. One will be to understand that most, especially on the autism spectrum, have either very high IQ, average IQ, or low IQ. They have the same skill as every other learner. So when you're designing the inclusive part of education with AI, you have to understand who you're addressing. Is it the extremely intelligent or the low intelligent one, or is it the average student? Then based on that, you'll put the multi-purpose, multitasking variability into that learning. I'm going to use my children as an example. The first one among the two is now fully verbal and needs language, but she's also dyslexic, which means she can't learn. She can't read. How does she learn? She learns by audio and visuals. So the AI would have to understand her comprehension of audios and visuals. And then it would also have to understand how her brain works. And that is by her interacting with expert-driven AI for her to understand that. Then the other one who has an extremely high IQ for a Kenyan or even a child, according to Meraki Institute, you'd have to look at her from what is it that she will not do. She will do everything, but what will she not do? So you look at it from the point of how will you coach her and how will be she coached. Then the other one is our teachers would have to think out of the box. Yeah, we have in the Kenyan system, they'll keep repeating the alphabet. They'll keep doing motor skills. We need to get away from that and find out if they interact with AI-led, which is expert-driven also, how are they going to do that? Not the Geminis and the ChatGPT, because as children, that would risk them. But how would they interact with that? So you ground it on scientific evidence. And where would this scientific evidence come? From their parents and from you educators, so that they're able to carry that. In our interaction as parents, we've come to realize of two platforms that give us that. One is a very young app in the market called Saidi. It started off as a health coach. Now it's even helping our autistic kids do homework by the way they interact with it. So it's creating a community around it that now the machine language and the algorithms are learning to take care of. Yeah. Remember, I'm not a techie, I am not a scientist or a data analyst. I'm a parent who gets to support her children through this journey. And I'd like to see it happen for every other child in the Kenyan school system. Okay. So you take that divergent and put it together so that it helps each child individually by how they will interact with that system. So what this calls for is the other techies out here to give Saidi competition and develop now apps that will target the dyslexic one. Yeah, the visually impaired autistic child, so that they are able to learn the way they should be. And then on top of that, when it's being put in the school system, then it should have social protection. All those rights and accessibilities should ensure that nobody interferes with that learning platform, so that the children are able to be safe. Every parent wants to know they are safe. You don't want to hear somebody else got into their learning space with what is not learning space. And then the navigation should also take care of their local language, which will form the basis of how they want to learn. With AI, a lot of the speech generation is European or American. That doesn't work for our Kenyan children because most of them will speak with accents. Yeah, and this will not be captured. So this will be a call to our teachers, especially those who are now moving from the traditional classroom to bringing AI into the learning space. Because with it, then we can even demolish what we call the physical four-wall classroom and take it where that child is most comfortable. For my children, their most comfortable space is at home. Yeah. So with our use of Saidi, we are able to continue learning at home. If we're not able to go to school that day because it's raining, we don't like the sensory integration outside, then learning doesn't stop. And then AI makes sure that education is seamless. It continues. And if we introduce it early, at the early intervention, then it means then we'll be able to use the products that will be coming out here when they come out as adults. I guess that's
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. To further extend the discussion on AI in education matters, we're going to engage Edwin Pearson, who is the Chief Executive Officer and founder, Include Edu South Africa. And while doing a little research, I came across a very interesting fact from the World Health Organization that said in countries like Costa Rica, Cuba, Guyana, Indonesia, Mozambique, the Philippines, and South Africa, the provisions of mobility devices is an integral part of healthcare, and they are provided by the Ministry of Health through the National Healthcare System. So it's a pleasure to have you here since you're from South Africa and to help us understand matters AI and integration. Our question is, to what extent is AI and Internet of Things influencing education of learners with disabilities in South Africa, and also in regards to the integration or the support from the Ministry of Health?
Thank you so much. Just for those who can't see me, I'm a middle-aged man from South Africa. To follow on from the example, I'm caramel, I guess. I have very short shaven hair. Some cynics would say I'm bald, but I say short shaven. I'm wearing a blue jersey and a khaki pants and white shoes. Firstly, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. And to go right into your question, I think there's two ways in which I'd like to respond to the question. The first is that traditionally disabilities has been viewed from a health lens. And there's something else to that, especially when you think about education. Now, yes, there's a health aspect, and quite a lot of focus from the South African point of view has been on the health side of disability. There's also something else that leads directly into inclusion in education, and that is the social learning element. And what we found in South Africa, just to contextualize, so we started a private college for people with disabilities about 9 years ago in South Africa. And the mobility challenges that we faced meant that our students were often learning in isolation. Now, when you look at the fact that they would be sitting in front of a screen and learning in isolation, the social element of learning is completely missing. And that gap can very well be filled with artificial intelligence. And we've tried this in many instances, and I've seen it work dramatically. There's research done at Carnegie on the stand where they've seen an uptake of engagement by about 30% from learners in education using artificial intelligence, because AI has gifted us something that, for me, I personally believe, is a game changer. It allows us, without needing scale, to go down to a market segment of one, meaning you can adapt technology very quickly to suit a specific learner and to suit their needs. Now, once you pivot that into the Internet of Things, you can start thinking about how agnostic it is, because it's not platform dependent, it's not ecosystem dependent, it can be adapted to current technologies, and it can suit the student's needs. For example, you could take something that's invisible and intangible, and using Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, you can make it tangible. You can create devices that assist students in studying. You can create reminders at very low cost. For example, smart watches, which are not specific to any platform. And with the integration of artificial intelligence, you're able to seamlessly and just in time respond to that need. Traditionally, what I found was interventions, especially in the education sector, are retrospective. So you collect the data, you research, you design, you develop, and you deploy. With artificial intelligence and the data we can actually gather from that, it's a real time. So intervention can happen in real time, which is a massive advantage for anyone in education.
Well, thank you very much. Speaking of intervention, we also have issues in regards to potential ethical and privacy concerns that are normally associated with disabilities. I'm going to direct this question to Kenneth Matiba. How can these concerns be addressed?
Yes, Sarafina, you're very right. Actually, one of the things that come with technology in general, and not just artificial intelligence, is that as we adopt it, we have to be very keen on attack interfaces, because we have players out there who not necessarily want to do the right things. They're not interested in helping, taking advantage of technology to bring any good use, but how can they create havoc? And that is something that all technologists, all ecosystem players must be able to keep in mind. As we adopt technology, we have to think about security and cybersecurity around it. Artificial intelligence actually takes this to another level, because you will find an example where we could generate an image or a video that then gives a speech and makes policy statements. For example, if I'm just being dramatic, overly dramatic, and if we are able to expose this to persons with disability, then you see the potential for people being misguided is extremely big. And then that means that the potential for havoc being created, especially if we adopt AI and any other technologies without adequate consideration of security aspects of it, then we might just end up in trouble instead of what we are trying to achieve. There's a few ways of mitigating it. In my experience, it's about design. As you start designing, let's not be reactive in terms of build a system, apply the system, and then think about the security. We should be thinking about security from design. As we start to write the concept notes on how to include these assistive technologies, give it to our students, then we should be able to be in concurrence, consider how these systems themselves are going to be secured, even at concept note stage. We don't wait until deployment application and then something happens and then we start to find some curative measures. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And for the interest of time, I'm going to give the rest of the time to the audience so that you can also ask your questions to a very robust, vastly equipped panelists. If you have any question, you can direct it to either of the panelists. Just raise your hand and we'll give you the mic. Yes, over there. Thank you very much. We have two people, one at the front. Here. Okay, let's get the first question.
Thank you very much. My name is Zipporah Obano, a teacher for learners with on the ground so as you can advise us on way forward. Number one, this is a case whereby we have government employees in various offices that deal with persons with disability, and you find that in these offices, you find that people that have been employed there, they have not embraced technology, and maybe the people you find there, they do not understand the needs of people with disability, but they have been given very sensitive positions in our offices. So it has been a challenge. That is one of the barriers we have. As a panel, what will you advise this congregation on the way forward to such kind of a challenge? Another one is that here in Kenya, of course, we have gone milestones. We can't say that Kenya is not doing something. Something has been done. It's only that we have not reached a level that is needed. Now, the Ministry of Education is giving funds to schools to enable learners access these materials and maybe technology. And you realize that the money that the government is giving out Oh, hello, you getting me? Oh, fine, thank you. And you realize that the money the ministry is giving out is not enough. For instance, you find that these learners we have in our schools, they have different needs. They are not the same. They are given the same amount of grants, same amount of capitation, and you realize that the money is not enough. And this is the case where we want to embrace technology. So, how are we going to advise the concerning the amount of money that the ministry or the government is providing or is giving out to support these learners as long as we want to embrace this technology? Also, you see the assistive devices we are using. Even if we go out there to those stands, you realize even a storybook for the learner with autism, it is very expensive. But with these learners out here, you can get their storybooks even a street with 100 shillings. That is the case. I get out here, I'll get their materials very cheaply. And with these learners with special needs, their learning materials are very expensive. Go there to the stands and ask the prices. The prices are very high. You realize here in Kenya, if we talk about, for example, farmers, when they are given fertilizer, they are given subsidy, isn't it? And you realize that with these learners, we want to learn, we want them to learn, we want them to feel like any other person accepted in the society with a lot of freedom to do what they want so that they can reach their potential. These learners, they are limited. Their parents cannot afford these materials. And the government gives something so that the materials can be accessed easily and at a cheap price. Is there any way that someone here can assist so that the government can really understand that these materials for learners with the special needs, they are very expensive and you cannot access them? I said, with these other learners, you can find their materials even in the street. But will I get the materials for these learners with special needs in the street? Very hard.
Thank
Very
you
hard
very
indeed.
much. Thank you very much.
So to complete, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Let's get some answers from our panelists.
Thank you very much for the question. I can only speak from a South African point of view. I wouldn't be able to answer in a Kenyan context, but what I can tell you is in South Africa, we've made great strides with respect to that. And the only way we've made it work was partnership between private sector and public sector. Unfortunately, government doesn't have the hands and feet on the ground or the funds to actually do this by itself. And what we've done is we've incentivized private sector to become involved and engage in specifically education, because ultimately the private sector is going to be employing many of these students at some point in time in the future. So it's in their very best interest to ensure that education is seamless, is integrated, and is equal for everyone. I'm not sure what is being done from a Kenyan perspective, but we have hard policies that are driven and hard engagements that's done at high levels and at on the ground level between private sector and the public sector.
Thank you very much. Incentivizing the private sector. Next.
Okay. I'm going to address this from the point of a parent of children on the spectrum. First and foremost, Kenya has some of the best policies when it comes to education, special education itself. I will not speak to funding. I wish this question was asked yesterday when Mr. Wekesa and Mr. Njoroge were on this platform. They'll have answered it better. The one thing that maybe we need to ask again is, what does it take for that money to get to those who need to put it together? But because it's not getting there, we're not going to stop learning. Our children are not going to stop learning. Yeah. And we won't do a begging point. We're going to deliver for our children. So the first one that I'll offer is be innovative as a teacher. I've just spoken to thinking out of the box. Be very, very innovative. There are things that are free here. You have a smartphone. I'll ask the guy from Silicon to talk about that when he gets here, when he gets a chance. But that phone has a lot of free apps that are very well regulated for your special needs learner. Okay. And I'm speaking from a point of experience that my children get to have access to this. So as a teacher, be willing to share that. Maybe you can ask the parents to pitch in on the bundles, or if the government has delivered internet as the last milestone to you, use that. So you have those apps. And they're your best friend. The apps are your best friend. Yeah. I've just spoken about Saidi. That will help you a lot. You throw questions at it. There's expert advice. There's scientific method behind it. It will come to it. He has Inclued. It works. I've seen it work here in Kenya. As a teacher, not only are you their education, but you're also their therapy base, because you have them for 40 hours a week. Yeah. Apps on Google that you can download and have access, and they'll have algorithms that will help you. Like, again, I spoke about Isola to do that. Create communities of teachers where you help each other access things. And assistive devices and assistive technology is not, when you think about it, it's not just about internet and cyber. A simple paper acts as an assistive device depending on whose hand it is in. So you need to be very innovative and think about that. And then as teachers, we need to stop thinking about the barriers and the impossibilities. We need to see beyond what can we deliver, because you want that person to leave your hands a better person. I will assure you, the government has too many pieces of a cake. They won't go round. They won't reach everyone. I don't speak for the government of Kenya. I pay taxes to the government of Kenya. I am entitled to their services, but sometimes I have to accept they won't get to me. A bitter pill to swallow as a parent, extremely bitter, but it is there. But I'm not going to give up on my child. The other thing is you locally adapt. You don't have to buy. You locally adapt. And I've seen this work with my children, because their teachers and I meet on the same page and figure out what next. How do we go about this? And how are we going to do that? And then we can repurpose things. Yeah. We all take yogurts. How many things can you do with a yogurt cup in terms of assistive technology for your child? Because tech is not just your laptop and your phone. There's so many things you can do with that cup. There's color, there's measure, yeah, there's size. And that is a learning point. And believe you me, the stories you can write around that cup and explain to them and read to them will come back and be a learning point. The fact that we've been reduced to being innovative on everything is where we should be worried about. But it also makes us creative. That's why we Kenyans can thrive anywhere in the world, because we were taught to not have, but create. Would love to have. It will be a pleasant thing to do. But since it's not there, we're not going to give up. Yeah. And then things on like pricing. I think we're in the right platform. KISE is going to be doing the assistive devices and assistive technology. Maybe it's time they lobbied their mother, the government of Kenya, to ensure that these goods get to you in school and me at home and the therapist at the therapy center at the minimal cost. Yeah. Or basically be funded by the government if that cake is going to be there. So maybe one of the takeaways from this whole session will be asking KISE, ask their mother ministry and their sister ministries to fund the assistive devices and technologies that will be coming out of their manufacturing plant that the ABOS PS told us about yesterday that he's funding. So, yeah, I think that will be where I come from. Don't see the impossibilities, see the possibilities and think around them. And you're not one teacher in Kenya. You're so many. I see you have platforms. Ask each other, what are you doing? And I think that will give you
very
solutions.
much. Thank you very much. You also want to add?
Okay. So I really love that point, and let me just piggyback on it. Now, one of the forces that is really transforming our nations and our societies today is what I would like to call the force of technology, or the force of ICT technology. It is disrupting things and making things happen that even if it was blocked at a leadership level, maybe because like the question went, maybe leadership is slow or against, but there's a way technology comes and makes things happen. And I have speaking from an industry view, I have come to see that many things that we are enjoying today were actually built by young people innovating. And I would really like, and I've seen that when young people innovate locally, first of all, the innovation becomes affordable. And then secondly, it addresses the need, the local need. I want to borrow a statement that Bwana Makazi said, that it would be wrong to wait for someone else to come build our home for us. I really love that statement. In Kenya, there are many young innovators. There are many young innovators. When we registered for this conference, I came with some of them and I tasked them. I said, we are going to sit where they sit. Let's go and sit with persons with disabilities. Let's go and interact with the needs there. And I want you to use your innovation capacity that I have seen you use in climate competitions, that I've seen you use in FitTech. You know, two days ago I was in a climate tech, and young innovators were there, and one of them won. Young innovators, when they're just pointed to the right direction, when they're given a thematic area, they will plug in, they will jump in, they will innovate. Kenya is very rich with young people who are smart, but they just, let me put it this way, they need problems to solve. And the other sectors of the economy
Very plausible.
The other sectors of the economy have been deliberate to throw their problems at them and to make it a big deal. So that the young people are now turning and seeing even the projects they are doing in school. Some of the young people we are employing, the projects they are doing in school are in these thematic areas that have been thrown at them as a big deal. So I believe that we want to give a voice to the persons with disabilities. We want to give you a voice to be able to shout your needs and make it a big deal. And I tell you what, the innovative force of our young people in Kenya will turn their attention to it, and they will come up with innovations, partnering together, working together with other innovators who actually are people with special needs. Coming together, they will come up with so many solutions that will not only be affordable because they are locally born and bred and developed, but they will be relevant and they will cause a disruption. So I'm so glad with what Bwana Shira is doing, and especially the innovative challenge. I'm going to partner with you on that one. You know,
Amazing.
and right now I have been drumming for any innovative forum that I'm involved in. Because whenever young people are doing innovations and they're having competitions and hackathons, they always approach companies like ours to support. And I'm now beginning to ask them. So, one was already asking me next, because they have an innovation coming next year. I asked them, among your thematic areas in innovation, in this hackathon and this competition you want to have, do you have a theme for persons with disabilities? They look at me like, and they already know where I'm going. You're not seeing my money if you don't have that thing. And that's what we are pushing, you know, and we are drumming that. And I'd like you have a stronger voice than us. Yeah, we are in the tech, we are just trying to to beat the drums, but you have a stronger voice. The testimonies I've seen here, they are so powerful. You have extremely powerful user stories. If these stories can be repackaged, and the media is here to help us, we have content developers. They can repackage your stories and go and tell it in a powerful way that you can stir up a tsunami in this country. You'll have innovators jumping in. You'll have all the kind of stakeholders jumping in and saying, let's support this. In the next biggest forum happening in Kenya, be it ICT forum, whatever forum it is, let's lobby to make sure that innovations for special needs are a great considerations. Whether it is a construction summit happening in KICC, an ICT forum happening in Mombasa, whatever, let's push and lobby to make sure that if you don't have a sub-theme for innovations for special needs, then your forum, we are going to degrade it. You can still have it, but we are going to degrade it, you know. And finally, when it comes to product development and services, I wanted to find a way, you know, we have many specialists here to lobby to make sure that when a product is being certified, again, let me go back to tech. Right now, if you're developing a product that you're calling it tech and you're not demonstrating how it is green tech or meeting climate, there's a certification and a rating, it doesn't get recognized. I want us to have that for persons with special needs, whereby if your product is not inclusive, there's a rating it won't get. And that way, the whole industry, the private sector, will see there is money in making my product to be compliant. And that way they will come on board. Because when they don't see the money, they don't come on board. And that will compel them. So that's some of my suggestions.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Stir up a tsunami with such discussions. And given the interest of time, this is where we're going to cap up our discussions. Asanteni Sana, thank you very much for participating in this very insightful discussions. We've had Eric Odipo, who is the country business lead, Silicon Overdrive, Kenneth Matiba, Deputy Director, Government and Public Affairs, Huawei, Edwin Pietson, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Include Edu South Africa, and Dr. Jen Mwiruri, Partner Izola, Parent Lecturer, Kenyatta University, Amref Adet Foundation Program Coordinator. Asanteni Sana. Let's give them another round of applause, tafadhali. And now you're going to get some gifts before you leave the podium. You're going to get some gifts from KISE to just appreciate you for your... you can wait for a minute, Mr. Petson. Just a minute.
A big round of applause once again to the panelists and the moderator, Sarafina. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Asante. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the close of the expo before we shift gears to the launch of the strategic plan. KISE's strategic plan. But in the meantime, the gifts.
Good morning once again. We are here to honor our last panel, panel 4, that we're discussing artificial intelligence and Internet of Things for persons with disabilities. We wish to honor Mr. Eric Odipo, Country Business Lead, Silicon Overdrive. Thank you, Mr. Odipo. Kenneth Matiba, Deputy Director, Government and Public Affairs, Huawei. Edwin Peterson, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Include Edu, South Africa. And we have Dr. Jen Mwiruri, Partner Izola, Parent, Lecturer, Kenyatta University, Amref and Adat Foundation Program Coordinator. Thank you.
Asanteni Sana.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, for your commitment, your contribution. We're getting to that place where we want to close, but we want to close in a memorable way. But before we close, we want to celebrate our key partners who made it possible for all of us to come, and they're saying, we want to walk together. So I'll challenge the partners, please be on standby. And in the meantime, we want to celebrate the presence of Dr. Pradeep Mahajan. A big round of applause for him. Chairman and Managing Director, STEM RX Bioscience Solutions PVT Limited. Asante Sana, welcome. For the partners, you're going to give us an elevator speech, 1 minute each. So the timer is on the screen. Once I call your name, once you start speaking, the timer will go on. Once it gets to the end, we'd kindly request that you wind up because there will be music playing. And unfortunately, because of time, we'll have to stop at that point. So very quickly, all the partners scheduled to speak, be on standby. We'll quickly start with the Action Foundation, Bwana George, Karibu Sana, followed by Kilimanjaro Blind Trust, Maxwell. Karibu Sana, Huduma Kenya Secretariat. Please be set in that particular order. And we'll also have Esther Kariuki, Cerebral Palsy Warriors Family, Kenya. Be on standby in that particular order. James Wairimu from Mount Kenya University, please be on standby as well. And finally, Mary Njoroge. Over to you, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much.
Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. My name is George Otieno from the Action Foundation. I'm really glad to be here. We've been partnering with KISE as an organization for a very long time, and we don't take this time for granted. As an organization, we are established in Kibera. We work with a low resource environment, that is informal settlements. And our key mandate is to envision that we create an inclusive and resilient environment where children with disability, girls and women thrive. And we do this through 4 interventions. Number 1 is to offer rehabilitative services. We have physiotherapy, occupational, speech, and psychosocial support for the caregivers. Then we also capacity build teachers through the inclusive early childhood education. And in order to participate in the reimagining...
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. We'll link up with you at the exhibition spot, Bwana George Asante Sana. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Maxwell, where are you? Please, if I call your name, please be on standby. You can even be seated at the front so that we save on time. 1 minute. Please be guided. 1 minute. Maxwell, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Maxwell from Kilimanjaro Bright East Africa. We are a charitable trust, and we work in the innovation and technology space to support learners and the youth with visual impairment across East Africa and Malawi. Most importantly, we support them in education and employment, and we also support innovation of digital assistive technologies through partnership with Innovate Now, Bernard is here, and Global Disability Innovation Hub. And we also keep partner of KISE, and we are happy to drive change through innovation of assistive technology by providing what we call the live labs, which is basically human-centered user testing of assistive technologies. For innovators who are in the room, we are happy to partner to provide that product, what we call the live labs, and be able to test your product and ensure that they are inclusive and made for persons with disabilities. Thank you so much. Let's interact, and we can be able to share more still. Thank you.
Elevator speech, well done. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Huduma Kenya Secretariat, are you ready? Sound, please. Are you ready? Are you ready? Take it away, take it away, take it away, take it away. 1 minute, be guided. Go ahead.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. I'm Ian Okomi from Huduma Kenya Secretariat, and I'm here to speak about the services that Huduma is offering and our mandate. Basically, Huduma is a Vision 2030 flagship program that was established via the Gazette Notice of 2014 April. And our mandate is to establish 5 touch points. That is 5 touch points that will transform public service. That is the Huduma centers, the Huduma contact center, the Huduma Mashinani, and the Huduma E and M channel. Currently, we have roughly like 144 services being offered by the 44 MDS, that is the Ministries Department.
Thank you so much indeed. We'll visit your stand as you offer the services. Thank you so much. Makofi yake tafadhali. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Esther Kariuki, are you ready? Esther Kariuki, 1 minute. Please be on standby. James Wairimu, please be on standby. Mary Njoroge as well. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Habari zenu. Okay, my name is Esther Kariuki from Nyeri County. I'm also a founder for Cerebral Palsy for His family. We do, okay, ours is a group of organization for our mothers and our fathers for the caregiver in Nyeri County. We usually give the wheelchair for free. We partner together with KISE. We usually have even the training of Baby Ubuntu, how the mothers and fathers, how they can understand about the kids, because that's the challenge we have in your society, how we can break the barriers. Another thing, I'm also a parent. or a very beautiful girl. She is now 13 years, the cerebral palsy, but a severe one. She cannot talk, she cannot do anything. But you also have a very good doctor here in Nyeri County. Thank you so much, Dr. Bidama, for that. Thank you so much.
Well done. Unfortunately, we cannot donate the time. Let's move on to Bwana James Wairimu. Bwana James Wairimu, are you there? Thank you so much. Merin Joroge, please be on standby as well. Merin Joroge. Merin Joroge, are you here? Student from Muranga University Science and Technology, who invented digital white cane. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm James from Mount Kenya University. So I wanted to talk about these gadgets. But before I get to talk about these gadgets, I want to tell you a story. Yes? The time? Okay. When this gadget was introduced to me, I went in class with it back in school. And right after the class, the students asked me, why weren't you in class today? And I asked them why. Waliniambia, today hatujasikia ukipiga kelele na ile mashini yako. Unaona? So this gadget is a transformative gadget. It's a revolution. This gadget haipigangi kelele class. You'll get to learn with other students well. You'll get to make your notes here. This gadget can also act as a remote. You can control your phone with this gadget. You can control your PC with this gadget. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention the gadget. It's Orbit 20. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. For more details, please link up with him. Merin Joroge, over to you. 1 minute.
In the Great Muranga University of Technology, I am an electrical engineer and I have an innovative technology on the Safe Stride Navigator. I guess you can always see it there. In the Safe Stride Navigator, we have sensors that detect obstacles on the ground and alert the users by the Bluetooth devices. They can alert the users whether the obstacle is on the right, on the left, and so on. We also have a distress communication device. In case this user needs help, they can always send help to their users and also send a link for location. That is on top there. We also have an environment awareness sensor on the same. In case they are moving from a well-lit area to a dark area, they can always be alerted via the Bluetooth devices. For more information, visit our stand out there and we'll inform you more on the project. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to all the partners. So thank you so much. It's 6 minutes past 1 p.m. We're coming to a close. We're coming to a close. We're coming to a close. I want to say asanteni sana for being part of this engagement. We have a gift for one of you. We have a gift for one of you, so get ready, get ready, get ready, and everything will be happening on your phones, so get your phones ready. Thank you so much. Get your phones ready, get your phones ready, get your phones ready. This is where we are looking at the conference, the expo rather, from yesterday till now. And we have very simple questions, and we'll end with a gift. A quiz. Say quiz. Oh yeah. Want to find out whether you really were present. So very quickly, I'd kindly request that we go to, let's have Menti. This is for everyone, because somebody will walk out of here with a gift. Let's move on to the next page. Next page. Back. Let's have the set presentation. Very simple questions we're asking you in regards to the expo. And this is where we also require you to be very candid, very candid. If we can have that. Okay, so just get your phones. Go to menti.com. If you're just joining us, menti.com. Once you get there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 32 78 33 64. That code again, 32 78 33 64. So just setting that up. We don't want you to miss out. First of all, your feedback is absolutely important. That's how we can redefine the future. Are we ready? Have you already? Describe the expo in one word. In one word, describe the expo. Excellent. Describe the expo in one word. You can scan the QR code. Menti.com, 3278 3364. That's the code. Informative, fantastic, wonderful, relevant, amazing, impactful, inclusive, meticulous. Good, marvelous, fantastic, eye-opening, timely, exhilarating, resourceful, explosive, and we're still here. Invigorating, game changer. Fantastic. Keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. And remember, we have a quiz, so keep your eyes on your phone, keep your hands on your phones. Thank you so much. Ubuntu. Thank you for your feedback. We're about to close this question. We're about to close 100. Let's move to the next question now. What other topics and speakers would you recommend for the next expo? We're thinking the future. The future. We're thinking, well, this topic will be very relevant. This speaker. If we could only get that speaker. Game changer. Neuralink. Chira AI expert. People want you back. Emotional intelligence and inclusion, learning technologies, Jane Wairimo. Okay, inclusivity of people with albinism. Let's go just down. Let's go down. Durumo. Okay, Musau. Give us the titles as well so that if possible we can call them. No speakers must be. Okay. Okay, fantastic. All right. Keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them. You know, this is data, the oil of the 21st century. So what you post, we're able to look at that and then define the next steps. Chira, your name is coming up. Okay, we're about to close. 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 5, 4, 3, 2, and boom. Let's move to the next page. Now, this is where you will allow us to hide the comments so that I give you an opportunity to be absolutely brutal. Oh, yeah, with your comments. Say, from the first day, I didn't like this, we need to change this so that we become better. We receive criticism as a force to push us forward. So write it as it is, as it was. So I'll give a bit of time here, 27 comments. Keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. This is for the organizers. What did they need to really work on? Of course, you did that, fantastic, but we expect more. It was excellent, but you see, excellent doesn't cut it these days. You've got to be outstanding. Only one person gets gold. The fourth fastest runner in the world walks home with nothing. And yet they were the fourth fastest, oh dear, in the world. So we've got to be outstanding. 104, let's get to 100. Come on. We're closing. 13 minutes past 1, we're closing. Boom. All right. Let's move on to the fun. Now, this is where have fun with it. This is where you say, this stood out for me during the expo from the security. Everything. Just type in. Anything, anyone, something just caught your attention and you're saying, boom, wow, that one, I will walk out of the expo. That was amazing. Food, the talk by Shira, fantastic testimonies. Thank you so much. Let's go down. The panelists, great speakers, organization. Have a really enjoyed. Let's go. Come on. Guza Moyo band, fantastic. The KISE staff working on protocol, well done. Let's go. Keep coming. I mean, celebrate. Have fun with this. Have fun with the event, interior decoration, fantastic. I love the new technology showcased during the expo. Let's go. We're closing. 15 minutes past the hour. 15 minutes past the hour. The university funding for students with disability where they get grants. Well done. Okay. We're closing. The quiz. Eyes on the screen, the quiz. Join in, everything on your phone. I want to see the fastest. It's about how fast you are. Don't be locked out. So pick an image. Hopefully it doesn't look like you, but at least we can identify you with a name because your name will spring on the screen as the winner. Eyes on the screen. Oh, yeah. Get those gadgets. We're ready? Okay. Whoa. Let's go. Load that. We need to do this. Okay. Load that. We don't want to miss this. Please load it. We can change the screen. Okay. We don't want to miss out on this. Okay. Are we ready? The internet. Are we good? Fantastic. Okay. Just getting a nod from the technical person. 16 minutes past the hour. 16 minutes past the hour. Let's have it rolling. That's the clock ticking on us. That's the clock ticking on us. 16 minutes, come on. Okay. As we sort that out, just keep your eyes on the phone, your hands on the phone. Are we ready? Oh, you've already, okay. So guys, you've already, okay. Okay, wait. What date is it? Come on, good people. 6th September 2034. People are living in the future here. Oh my goodness. What? 93 people answered that. We've got a problem. Oh dear. So let's see who the winner is. First round winner, 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 first round winner. Okay, hold. They still hope. Joy, they still hope. Lucinda Ritu Mudomi, they still hope. Paris Calvin, Superfast, Charles, Goat. Sharon, Elizabeth Kanano. This is the final round. Eyes on the screen. Just hands. Check that. Final question. Waiting for players. Final question. 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 Okay, final question. Final question. Don't be locked out in this. Don't be locked out in this. 3, 2, 1. Let's move to the final question. Answer fast to get more points. Answer fast to get more points. What does KISE stand for? Look at that. Simple question. Simple question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. We're closing. We're closing, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing. We're closing. What does KISE stand for? Wow. Wow. Let's take a look at this. Hold. Come on, Kenya Inclusive Special. 12 people. Kenya Inclusive Special Education. Ladies and gentlemen, who's the winner? Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Let's take a look at this. 3, final round, ladies and gentlemen. Final round, ladies and gentlemen. And the winner is... Sharon! Whoa! Where's the... Come on, Sharon! Where's Sharon? Come on! Come on, Sharon. Well done. A big one. A standing ovation, if possible. Let's just be stand. Oh, whoa! I love the energy. Fantastic. Whoa! Come on. Want a challenge? Want a director? Director, please come. Have the honor of the... Come on this way. Fantastic. Well. Wow. Fastest. Fantastic. Well done. Boom. Makofi nyingine. Take the picture. Fantastic. Wow. Well done. Well done, Sharon. Thank you, Daktari. Thank you. Oh, it was awesome. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate your participation. And right now we want to just settle in and look at the key takeaways from this expo. She has been here. She has spoken to you. A big round of applause to Dr. Lynette. She tells me 28 years of service here at KISE. Well, I had to say that. Welcome. Talk to us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm so surprised you've been here from yesterday, the whole of the morning today, and you can call us Kenya Institute of Inclusive Education. All right, you need to be here long enough like I've been here so that you can be able to know that it's Kenya Institute of Special Education. We are very happy to have hosted you for this particular expo. We have learned a lot, haven't we? Starting from when we were talking yesterday about resourcing for inclusive education. Can you remember the panelists? Can you remember the keynote speaker, what he said? What about yesterday when the users came here and they were talking about their experiences? The parent who talked about her experience in resourcing the assistive devices for her daughter, McLean. Can you remember? I know you had your notebooks and you have been taking notes Because when you come to a gathering like this, at the end of the day, what do you take away with you? I know that you have already picked the points that you're taking away with, but I just want to remind you very quickly on the points that we think were very outstanding. We have not picked all the points, but these are the ones that soon. Construction of a factory for assistive devices, and there is re-engineering, NEMIS to CHEMIS, isn't it? Okay. I hope you noted that. And then from the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, I hope you noted the following points. That they have moved the registration of persons with disabilities to the county levels, and that everything registration has been moved to e-citizen, so that people can register and get a certificate within a week. And they also let us know that dropout from schools is so high due to lack of assistive devices, that the council has transformed the bursary to a full scholarship for registered persons with disabilities. So if there are any persons with disabilities who have not registered, kindly let them know so that they can go register and they will get a full bursary. I mean, a full scholarship. They also give startup capital for persons with disabilities. I will be a little fast. Disability lifestyle is the most expensive thing. Didn't they tell us? Even with the last panel, when they were talking about artificial intelligence, what did they say? Very expensive, isn't it? The government will be releasing support for autism and therapy services. This is what is on the pipeline. When parents had a conference here, they raised that issue, and the government is responding. That the council has partnered with KISE to train people on sign language, so that at the end of the day, we have persons with hearing impairment, or those ones who are deaf, being taken care of without necessarily having another person interpreting. And that the National Council and KISE are offering Kenyan Sign Language. So be looking at the website for KISE so that you can register and get that particular scholarship and train with us. On the first issue, where we were talking about resourcing for specialized learning materials and assistive devices, resourcing, which points did you take note of? These are some of them. That this expo has created a network for manufacturers, innovators, policymakers, and other stakeholders to enable persons with disabilities to take part in normal activities. And from the answers you gave from the questions that we were answering, we saw this coming up. That the workshop in KISE that supplies schools with assistive devices as per their demand. We have been talking about this, and kindly note that KISE has that particular mandate and has the workshop to be able to produce affordable and accessible resources. And then that the greatest challenge with assistive devices is outsourcing, especially from outside the country. Didn't you hear them say that? Not once, not twice. KISE is set to fill the gap by producing the devices locally and making them accessible and affordable to all learners, regardless of the region. Can't we clap? Thank you, thank you, thank you. That the ministry provides capitation. We were told about that. It provides capitation and also top up. I can see the chair shark smiling. Yes, the ministry does that. Centralized procurement. There is centralized procurement. That is what KISE will do for bulk buying, so that we can be able to enjoy economies of scale. That UNDP sets, you know what UNDP stands for? That it sets a framework to ensure persons with disabilities have access to assistive devices. I hope you noted that. That UNDP empowers persons with disabilities by offering empowerment opportunities, and that UNDP works with the government and development partners by setting a baseline assessment and financial assistance. This one, it's a continual service. On user perspective, they talked here, they gave their experiences, but this is what we picked. Using assistive devices is a process that begins right with assessment so that someone can be fitted with the right device and the training on the use of that particular device. You're not just given a wheelchair and you're told songa nayo, or a crutch and you're told songa nayo. You have to be trained on how to use that. Infrastructure should be improved to ensure learners and teachers with assistive devices go to school regardless of the weather. We were told about the roads that should be improved and even our transport vehicles that should be improved so that they make things easy for the teachers and the learners to access school when the weather is not good. Most disabilities can be avoided by administering the right medication and avoiding misdiagnosis. And this goes to the people working in the health sector. And as I said, we are training sign language interpreters so that they can be in those sectors so that a diagnosis can be done so that they are given the right medication. Assistive devices and technologies give persons with disabilities the freedom of accessibility and also helps them to contribute to the society and at the same time live their life to their fullest. You remember who said that? Can you remember McLean saying that? Yes, she said it. UNICEF enhances production locally through product tendering as well as supporting local producers by ensuring quality production. So go home knowing what UNICEF does. UNICEF also has an app where people can order products, e.g., Gigi and Jumia. That app that they have is similar to Gigi and Jumia, where you can order products and they are delivered. And they told us that they are offering them at affordable prices. There is a need to guide producers of assistive devices to enable them to produce the right devices. And yes, that is why yesterday we had the users, that is why we had the producers and the manufacturers, so that we can be able to listen to one another, so that even when they are producing something, they are able to produce what the user requires. I hope they got the message. And we were told that giving out assistive devices like wheelchairs or even crutches, just giving them out like that without measurements, they become useless. Therefore, someone should be measured, assessed, so that they can be given the device that suits them or that suits their need. All devices need to be produced locally so that these can be able to enhance accessibility, affordability, and post-purchase services. Because you had some of the people who are here, like Mativo, he said he has a gadget which he outsourced from outside there, and when he wants it to be serviced, it becomes a problem because he has to send it back so that it can be serviced and receives it. And then we need to improve on those things. That is adaptation and upgrading of these materials, develop and improve the infrastructure, as I've said, training and support to the teachers, the parents, and even to the users. We need research to be conducted and at the same time, awareness to be created to eliminate stigma that is associated with the use of the resources. For today, we had we were talking about policy and policy perspectives. The points are there. I don't want to read all of them because this is what you learned today. What I wanted to remind you of was about what we were doing yesterday. Those ones who are capturing with their phones, I hope you've captured. Thank you. Mwakazi, technology has failed me and you're counting my minutes. Yes, there we are. So proper assessment, what our policy should be able to reflect, government services and the kind of policies that they require to be able to support those services, what happens in the USA, and all that. Kindly next slide. Yes, thank you. We were told about PECs and that KISE is about to acquire one so that we can be able to train learners who have autism in communication, sensitization apps, and all that. On IoT, that is artificial intelligence and IoT, Those are the points. Next slide, please. I'm not reading those because I think that was the last panel and the points are right on your fingertips. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lynette. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are about to shift gears towards a very pomp-filled moment, we will have our vote of thanks now, so that once we start the celebrations, we close it just at that. So to give us the vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Daniel Sanoy. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. I work in the Institute as a Deputy Director in charge of programs. Programs here mean training, it means research, it means partnerships and rehabilitation. Obviously, not leaving out assessment. Thank you. The Institute Council, management, staff and students all agree that on duty, no duty, it's more urgent than that of returning thanks. That's why we are here. I hope this technology works because it doesn't seem to be working. Probably it's slower than my speed. We, KISE, confidently acknowledge before all of you that we have received support we can never measure to actualize this expo. Thank you to the ministry. We say thank you, PS, for gracing the occasion. Thank you for approving the expo to be run and participating in the panels. You remember the CFO and the many questions you threw to him? You remember him? Yeah, Mr. Haoya. You remember the director, Directorate of Special Needs Education, Mr. Haga. Yeah, you remember all that. I hope this screen moves. To the Institute Council, you are aware the Institute Council is around. The chairman, if you don't mind, you can wave to the team. That is Herbert Abdi, the chairman of KISE Council. The KISE Council is also seated. I can see some of them. If you don't mind, you can wave. Daktari and the rest. Yeah, I saw Augusta around. Is it? If she's still around. So the Institute Council, thank you very much for allowing the Institute to conduct this expo, for us to deploy the resources to run it, and even for sitting through the sessions. They have been here yesterday and today. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. It is me who never knew technology. It is not technology that failed. It is the human being who failed. To the sponsors and the partners, you trusted us to use your resources for the greater good of society, and in particular, persons with special needs and impairments. To the panelists, you all honored our request to be panelists. You gave us your time and shared your knowledge, skills, and experiences in your various areas of expertise. We say thank you. To Mwakazi and team, you allowed us to borrow your voice, time, and skills to deliver the message. Silent gratitude isn't very much use to anyone. That is what Gertrude Stein said, and we still repeat the same. A big applause to him. To the moderators, you all accepted to oversee our panels. When a person doesn't have gratitude, something is missing in their humanity. We agree as KISE that way. To the exhibitors, you took time to plan, travel, transport equipment, and explain usability. First, accessibility to the participants who are seated here. We appreciate your partnership in this space. To the participants, you made us realize the expo. What would have been the need of planning and exhibiting without participants? You came physically and followed us in your thousands online. Thank you very much. To the band, your renditions made us relax. It improved our mental alertness, including even those who are old like me. To the security team, you took care of the threats to this expo, both seen and unseen. Your overt and covert teams did their duty day and night. I was here around 11 in the night just to check whether your equipments are safe and whether the grounds are okay, and they were covering it well. Thank you very much. To the KISE team, to the greater KISE team that has made it possible to have and to execute this expo, led by their chairman, I was in that committee, Mr. Rika, we are saying asante sana. Thank you everybody for being here.
Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen. Nasema asante sana as we close that chapter, hoping that we'll open another one soon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the screen there. Let's have the screen. It was an honor serving you as the moderator. I normally finish with this challenge. You see, in the past, this was the reality. Somebody passes you in a race, what do? You hit them. And sometimes in life you realize it's not enough to just run. Sometimes you have to fly to win. And sometimes you fall down. She hit her head on the floor, on the ground. But Jemima picked herself up again and kept on running. She kept on running because she had a goal and she won that race. But the reason why I tell this story is because of this. Our Kenyan brother was very close to the finish line, but he couldn't make it. Very close to the finish line. Others were passing him. Others wanted accolades for themselves. Others wanted titles and names for themselves. But look at his other Kenyan brother, also close to the finish line, but decides to stop and pick up his brother. And in a way saying, let's do it together. That's the spirit of KISE. That's the spirit of the expo. Let us never forget. And in a way, as we enter this next season, please welcome communication expert with expertise in audiovisual communication, broadcasting, reporting, moderating, media training, public relations, digital advertising and marketing, senior anchor, and news host. Lillian Moli, we celebrate you. Karibu sana. Big round of applause, tafadhali. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Let's say a big hi to each other. I am so honored to be here. Before we begin, let's appreciate Johnson Mwakazi, my colleague. Johnson is the royal voice, and as you've seen, he is remarkable, he is professional, and he has a passion for everything that he does. So, Mwakazi, we appreciate you, and I'm so glad to be here today. Once again, thank you very much for all of you who have converged here today for this very transformative and exciting journey with the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Forgive my manners, let me introduce myself to you once again. My name is Lillian Muli, and for those of you who have watched me over the years, I worked for Citizen TV. But over the years, I have taken a keen interest in issues away from your normal news diary. For instance, I am a public health advocate and I am very passionate about maternal and child health. But away from that, over the years, in our news diaries, we have seen a gap in the sense that the coverage of special needs persons, particularly children, because this is really where the foundation begins, has been lacking. And so over the years, I have run with this cause, and I personally, as a mother, love children. That is why I'm wearing white, because the hearts of children are pure, and white makes me feel pure. And so, as we continue with this conversation, I want to just briefly, without boring you, walk you through 3 stories that are very close to my heart. Because, like I said, apart from being news anchors, we're tasked to go to the field and to cover these stories. So, for me, having taken a keen interest in issues to do with special needs individuals and particularly children, I want to begin by a story about a young boy called Elias Muthomi. Elias Muthomi, I covered his story about a year or 2 ago. At the time, he was 5 years old. Elias is a gifted child. So for Elias, this is what is remarkable about him. Elias, at the age of 2, could read the newspaper, completely read the newspaper. At the age of 5, he had this remarkable knowledge of aircraft. He could tell you every single part of an aircraft, of a helicopter. I mean, he even caught the attention of the aviation industry because they were like, who is this child? And how does he know all these things? Fast forward, having spoken to Elias's father and mother told me that they struggle with where to place Elias in school. When Elias is in class, as he was at 5 years old, the teachers would often think he's naughty or that he doesn't understand or that he just simply will not listen. And therefore, he always had a hard time in class because the teachers did not understand that this was a special needs child that needed more attention or specialized attention. I'll fast forward this to the fact that to date, Elias's father and mother still are not clear where to place him. He's too smart to be in class with, he's now 6 or 7, with children his age. So where do they place him? And this brings me to the fact that there lies a gap currently in this country as regards policies on where to place such children. Another story, that in a rural village, in a remote part of Muranga, the Orieno Community Center. Now you can imagine, here we are in a modern society. You can imagine what happens to children in the rural community. Number one, the stigma. A lady I spoke to, a parent in this community center where there's children with Down syndrome, children with cerebral palsy, children with microcephaly, autistic children. A mother in this school told me that her husband left her. He literally walked out of the home because he said, huyu mtoto yuko na shida na hii shida imetoka kwenu. Meaning, this child came with a curse from your family. And therefore, the stigma from families, the stigma from the community. This child was hidden in a hut in the remote part of Muranga for a long time before the church, the Catholic parish, actually singled him out and placed him in this school. Such stories bring tears to my eyes because we live in a society that should be inclusive. I went to this school and I interacted with these little boys and girls, and they were loving and they were so ready to give hugs. And I realized their minds are sound. What they do not lack and what they do not have, I beg your pardon, is assistive devices, support, and sometimes even just a hug to make them know that they matter and they are part of us. And as I close and as I finish in my list of stories that are so close to my heart, I could go on and on and on. It's the story of Nicholas here. Nicholas is an alumnus of the Kenya Community Center for Learning. I met Nicholas about 3 years ago when I had gone to cover a story there. This community center has autistic children, children with dyslexia, and it is so amazing to see Nicholas here today. He is in Strathmore right now, and he has overcome dyslexia. Let's appreciate Nicholas. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the stories that must be told. Stories of children that deserve to play on a level playing field. And I cannot forget my interaction with our keynote speaker here, Judge Laibuta. The reason why I bring your attention to Justice Laibuta is because last week, of course, through the help of the Kenya Institute of Special Education, I reached out to Judge Laibuta. I placed a call to him, and with his cheerful manner, his usual cheerful manner, for those of you who have interacted with him, he picked on the other end and he said, hello. And I said, hi, Judge Laibuta, my name is Lillian Muli, and I'd like to interact with you around your story as a visually impaired judge, as Kenya's first ever blind judge. And this is what Judge Laibuta told me. Judge Laibuta told me, Lillian, my story has been told over and over again. I will not tell you my story, but we will tell you the story of children and how assistive devices are really, really helping these children play on the same level playing field with other children in the society. And so Judge Laibuta took me to the Salvation Army School for the Blind, where I met children as young as 4 years old who are interacting with tech, literally starting from mastering the keyboard, and with the help of screen readers are learning. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the things that I saw here, I with my ladies don't tell their age, but at my age, I cannot do some of the things that those children were doing on those computers. And Judge Laibuta challenged me and asked, why do these children have to learn in an isolated space? Why can't teachers across the spectrum be trained so that the assistive devices can then help children with visual impairments, children that are hearing impaired, sit in the same classrooms with other children and learn? And therefore, gaps in terms of the curriculum, gaps in terms of personnel, gaps in terms of assessment. And indeed, we celebrate the Kenya Institute of Special Education for walking this journey and for the vision they have in terms of empowering, supporting, and ensuring that children and individuals get specialized and quality education. Let's give a round of applause to KISE. Well, today marks a significant milestone, like I've said, and not only are these stories the stories that need to continue to be told, but the vision that the Kenya Institute of Special Education has today is significant in the sense that it will set us forward. It will set the path forward as regards where we are headed in this country, as regards special needs support. Without any further ado, I'd like now, with the permission of Mwakazi, to delve into brief details around the Kenya Institute of Special Education Strategic Plan 2023. But before that, I don't know if Mr. D, you are on standby to set us off on a celebratory mood as we prepare to launch the strategic plan for the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Is Mr. D on standby, Mwakazi? All right. Okay. So in the interest of time, we'll be taking a very brief look at the Kenya Institute of Special Education Strategic Plan 2023-2027 and what lies in this document and where the Kenya Institute of Special Education intends for this to lead. And so I'll begin with taking a look at the vision. And the vision of KISE is to create, like I said, an inclusive society that provides opportunities and services to persons with special needs and disabilities for improved quality of life. And just a brief overview of who is KISE. Let's give you a brief history. The Kenya Institute of Special Education is a semi-autonomous government agency of the Ministry of Education. It was established under the legal notice number 17 on the 14th of February 1986. So today, KISE is 38 years old. Let's appreciate KISE for being around for 3 decades. So KISE's mission, I'll proceed, is to facilitate service provision for persons with special needs and disabilities, and its strategic objectives in terms of what the organization wants to achieve is, number one, to increase enrollment in special needs. It also aims to enhance the functional assessment infrastructure and capacity, as well as strengthen research and innovation, among others. In terms of customer focus, KISE aims to put its customers' needs first by guaranteeing quality service and reliability. I was very pleased to learn that there is a parent support center and that parents with children with special needs are actually guided on how to handle their children at home, how to support them better. And therefore, this is really remarkable in terms of what KISE is doing. Now, in terms of the spirit of transparency, as you can see on your screens, there will be total transparency in terms of the runnings of KISE. And we want to take a look at the resources also detailed in that strategic plan. KISE details the resources that are under it in terms of the assets that lie within KISE. And that is remarkable. In terms of performance, KISE is very keen to ensure that its staff is trained. It has a vision to ensure that there is continuous planning around improvement and performance management as well, so as to improve deliverables within the institution. All right, and we're getting to the end of this. In terms of the performance management, we've talked about that. We've also talked about the expected future of KISE, and its vision is to be a body corporate with a new institute structure. KISE also plans to devolve its services to the counties. That is currently ongoing. So whether you're from Kakamega, whether you're from Kisumu, we expect that we will be getting a more regional face and a more regional interaction with KISE across Kenya and indeed globally, because it remains a market leader right here in the continent. We're coming to the end of this very summarized strategic plan, because you will be getting a copy or you'll be able to take a look at it as well. Those are the resources that are currently under the disposal of KISE. You can see their total transparency in terms of the land at KISE's disposal. They've also detailed the vehicles that they have here in terms of and also gone ahead to detail the council staff and the TSC seconded officers. Also the ICT infrastructure, currently really revamping that and looking into even better things ahead in terms of technological advancement, and of course looking at the hotel and conferencing center as well as a level 3 health center. In terms of, as we close once again, the expected future of KISE is that international engagements, and particularly as you've seen in this event, it's brought together local and international experts, including manufacturers, distributors, researchers, and academics dedicated to this cause. And therefore, these are the partnerships that KISE will continue to explore, because engaging with international partners will also help in fostering growth. Thank you all for your attention. That is the KISE Strategic Plan 2023-2027 for now. Let's applaud KISE for the amazing vision detailed in that document. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. As we get to the end of this program, we are honored to have with us a distinguished guest, a man that I greatly respect, not only for his humility, but for his passion for the children in this country. For those of you who have not interacted with Justice Laibuta, he is a Court of Appeal judge. He is the first visually impaired judge in the history of Kenya. And he sits at the helm of leadership in many boards, as well as the Enable NGO. Justice Laibuta is also an accomplished author. He has written several law books that are used in different campuses across the country, and he has a passion for the children of Kenya. He has a passion for tech. Justice Laibuta, please be upstanding and join me on stage. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen.
He is a chartered arbitrator, a senior law lecturer, certified mediator and legal practitioner, and a skilled legislative counsel who has been extensively engaged in policy development and law reform in Kenya. He once served as a commissioner for the Commission for the Implementation of the Kenyan Constitution, a member of the National Council for the Administration of Justice, and is also an avid golfer. Please welcome Judge of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Dr. Kibaya Imana Naikuta.
This work, isn't it? This one working? Is this why is this one working? Good afternoon. Sometimes I'm lost for words, but let me just say that it's a great honor and privilege to have been invited to grace this closing ceremony. A lot has been said, but above all, let me just appreciate your presence, the presence of those who have worked tirelessly to be here, and those who have made this occasion a success. I'm sure you've been seated here since yesterday. There's a great deal that has been imparted unto you, and I am sure I will not be saying anything new. I also speak to you appreciating the fact that I stand between you and your midday lunch, midday meal. When it comes to lunch and other meals, we are all persons with special needs. So I have to be sensitive about it. Let me say this. I'm afraid I didn't quite check the podium to be sure that my assistive device sits well, but I'll try to do what I can. Let me say this, that first and foremost, inclusive technology spells success to those of us who have special needs. And I need not overemphasize the fact that it is a fundamental right for us to access technology at an affordable cost. There's no question about it. And I have reason to say this. If you think of a house can only stand on a firm foundation. None of you would be unwise to build a house on a mire or on a marsh. We all look for concrete, tough ground, isn't it? Building it on a rock, so to speak. And so it is with our lives. Our lives require firm foundation. And the foundation we build for our future generations, at the end of the day, determines the future of our society. So we must ask ourselves, even as we tailor-make education programs for our children, what foundation are we laying for those with special needs? And I was touched by one of the speakers who said that we talk a lot about assistive devices and their cost and so forth, but only calling to mind those in employment and tertiary education programs, and forget that there are levels at which those devices are most valuable, most needed. I say this because I know, as Lillian here demonstrated what we found at the Likoni Salvation Army for the Blind, we know that it is those early foundations, beginning with early childhood development as we go upward to basic education, as we go to tertiary education training programs. By the time we come to professional development and training for employment and work, you are well founded to be able to compete on the same level. It's a journey we need to reflect on even as we think about the gains we've had in this conference. The building blocks in our lives for each one of us is that apart from the curricula, apart from the education curricula, the training that we impart on each of our children right from early age, who are youth to adulthood, there are, we cannot undermine the need to have competent trainers. It's not enough to talk about devices and then forget those who are training them, those who are educating them. Do they have knowledge and information on some of these devices just so that they are also not only accessible, but they are as well suited for their special needs, because needs vary. For those who are visually impaired, for those who have physical disabilities, for those who have hearing impairment issues, it's a spectrum, and it all differs. We require accessible physical infrastructure. But from the time we promulgated the rules and regulations for the Persons with Disabilities Act, have we even made sure that we have had conscious effort to have our building environment, our physical environment adjusted and enforce those rules to ensure accessibility? Accessible resources and adaptable technology, adaptable to the special needs of persons with special needs, is something that we cannot wish away. I know we talk a lot about the cost, but I'll come to that shortly. Now, the reality of our diversity is something that you are all familiar with, because society is characterized by diversity. I was telling Lillian when we spoke last week that when I lost my sight, I had no clue what I was getting into, but I just had to swim. It's like being thrown into a deep pond. You've got to swim. And that diversity keeps on changing in our society. Today you are able-bodied. Tomorrow you are on a wheelchair or on crutches. Today you have very good sharp ears, and tomorrow you need hearing aid devices. And today you have your excellent cognitive functions, but tomorrow you find yourself forgetting even your own name. So diversity is the hallmark of a social environment. And that is why we need to adopt a social model of disability, just so that disability to us is part and parcel of our life, so that we have our strengths and weaknesses that we must be sensitive to. We have our abilities, we have our disabilities, and therefore we do well to ensure that we subscribe to the social model of disability, just so that we address our issues conscious of the fact that disability is here to stay. I am not sure even those who claim to perform miracles by prayer have prayed for one single person with visual disability and he is able to see or walk. And we've had many who say, come, miracles, we will see miracles, we'll do whatever, but well, that's good talk for the business of religion. But disability is with us, and we cannot ignore that. Let's move on and see what it is we really need. This model, the social model of disability, guarantees inclusion and inclusive development. Who wants to see others moving forward in life, succeeding in life, and being left behind? You want to be part and parcel of success. And that is what we encourage each one of us to be, joining hands to ensure that we are walking this journey together. That model ensures respect for the inherent dignity of each one of us, so that we're not looked at as lesser beings, so that people have respect for each one of us. Why? Because our foundations have been such that we have scaled the heights that everyone else has to scale, just so that we are always at par. Isn't that what we want with our children? Is that what we want with ourselves? It is those firm foundations we are looking for when we are talking about inclusive technology, when we are talking about inclusive development. Because it is part of our right to equality, non-discrimination. I mean, I've been discriminated personally on many fronts. At the job sector, where you find that those who make decisions whether to employ me or not, just by virtue of my disability, and not because I can or cannot do certain things, they will decide we will not have this one. But that's a story for another day. These rights, of course, find root in various international conventions, in our constitution. There's a great deal we can talk about that. But when we think of our basic human rights instruments, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the covenants, our own constitution, there is so much that we can sit here and talk about, but let's not get into the academics of that. Let's just appreciate the very fact that all these instruments guarantee our rights and freedoms that are set forth in those instruments, just so that we feel dignified, respected, and believe that we can compete on an equal basis with everyone else. If there's an uphill task, there's a hill to scale, and we must get there. Now, these rights, of course, include the right to education, the right to equality and non-discrimination, one of them, the right to education. And just talk about disability. I always tell people that disability is rooted in a very simple mentality, our own mental attitudes. We've been told about the barriers that we have to confront that make it necessary for one to conclude that we have a disability in this and that area. I'm sure there are quite a number of people here wearing glasses, spectacles. True? If you remove them, would you be able to read as efficiently as everyone else? You say you have a disability. Yeah. When you load a screen reader on a computer and someone with visual disability is able to type, does he have a disability in typing and in processing their documents? He doesn't, isn't it? You will have a good opportunity to interact with two of my 5 books. I came with copies of some. You may want to get a copy. Books that I sit and write myself. I'll tell you a short story. I remember after my master's degree program, I really wanted to change jobs, much as I was employed as a lecturer by TSC at the then Kenya Polytechnic. I always wanted a second job just so that I am busy and productive and that I can account for my every hour of my life. So I came back and I was looking for a job, and I sent an application to one of the law firms, and I was called for an interview. At 10, the application reached at 10 a.m. I was told, come for an interview at 2 p.m. This boss was very surprised that this is a blind man looking for a job here. All he wanted to know is, how will you work for this big firm as a lawyer? And I explained, and I had my laptop, and I told him, you know, one advantage I have over your other lawyers is because I will not need a secretary to be employed for me. Because I do all my documents. I have a reader who I pay. Remember, I have a job, and I have a second job, which I disclosed as well. And at 2 p.m., I got a call and told me, report to work when you are ready. Do you see what assistive devices do? They transform lives. They transform lives. They not only make it possible for those with special needs to interact with their social environment on an equal basis, but I can assure you, sometimes they will compete at a level much higher than everyone else. They will perform better than everyone else. And I tell the young people with disabilities that I mentor that you have to prove to be twice better than everyone else for someone to feel that you are worthy being placed at the same level with others. And that is why I encourage parents and young people with disabilities to ensure that they utilize their time meaningfully, making it possible for others to see what they are made of. I have been a subject of discrimination in many fronts. But the one question I have never been asked in some of the top jobs, including the one I have today, I never wanted to know how I will perform with visual disability. Why? Because your track record works for itself. You build a reputation. Please do help your children, your youth, to build a reputation of excellence. And that way, we will only be interested in the accessible technology that they need, the assistive devices that they need, and the issue of disability will never ever be the subject of discussion or an item in any agenda. All we will be interested in knowing is, what are your special needs? What can we do to meet those needs? That's the only thing we want to discuss. We don't want to discuss issues as to whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you're blind, whether you're deaf. No. That is history. We must make these rights real. How do we make our disability rights real? We must ensure that we do what we must do to make them real. Sorry, I think these things, you touch a button and you're done. Or you get there, you get there where you are. Yeah, we must make these rights real. Was anybody projecting my PowerPoint presentation? No. When you get it, because I will ask that it be shared, you will look at the 8th slide. It shows 3 people: a youngster, a child, and an adult watching a football match over a concrete wall. If you want to appreciate what equality and equity means, you will see that the child and the young person stand on, boxes that elevate them to the level that the adult standing is able to watch a football match. That is equity, isn't it? Yeah. All you need to do is make adjustments to the position one is in, and they will be doing whatever it is they do on an equal basis. That is what equity is all about. That youth and the child are short, they are not equal in height with the adult, but equity demands that you have to do something. The same applies to those of us with special needs. It's not that we are any worse than everybody else, but all that counts is that when our special needs are addressed and assistive technology is introduced to our assistance, we mark up with the others, if not doing better than they do. So that success and inclusion and our inclusive development will really depend on the policy plans, actions, and programs that we design. And let's not just talk about it. We consciously take steps to ensure that what we say we will do, we do it. We must intentionally equalize opportunities for for those with special needs. And the only way we do that is to ensure that those needs are meaningfully addressed, just so that we do not leave them at a disadvantage. We forget about differential treatment. We must mainstream disability just so that every program we embark on takes care of the special needs of those who are consumers of our services. And most important, of course, we must do so in education, laying those foundational blocks for our youth, for our little children in early childhood development, just so that they are able to use computers, they are able to use assistive devices, they are able to do what all other children do as they grow up. And just so that to succeed, our educational programs, our training, our our professional development programs all take account of the special needs. And I remember when I finished my first degree in law, I was exempted from doing accounts at the School of Law for the simple reason that these numbers and the graphs and all these, they are cumbersome for somebody who's blind without much by way of technological support. Not that that made me a worse lawyer. No, not quite. And some of those exemptions are important. Even school curricula should be able to address what are the needs of the children. After all, what are we training children for? Why do we go to school, by the way? Could I have an answer? Why do we go to school? Manamakazi, pass the microphone. I just want to know, why do we go to school? Why do we attend colleges? Why do we train in various skills? Why? Pardon? It's all about our livelihoods, isn't it? Yes, independent living. We want to be able to live our lives normally, maximize our potential.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
If you want to be a pilot, be a pilot. Train to that. If you want to be a teacher, that's it. That's your passion. And that is why education might be accessible to all that want education and training. And no stone should be left unturned to discover ways in which to address their special needs. If we don't do that, where will persons with disabilities be? In the streets, begging. As has been the case. You know, sometimes I walk around with my assistant, Bernard, and all that people see is, hey, this blind man. And in some buildings, we are stopped. Hey, where unapeleka huyu wapi? Where are you taking this one? And usually I just say, no, he is not taking me. He is assisting me to get to an office up here or to see somebody here. Does he know you are coming? Yes, he does. Okay. And then he will be told, don't take him up the stairs. They use a lift, you know. That time I had to, I have to feel whether my legs are still on. I would have dropped them on the way, and he's the only one who has noticed it. Yeah, you know, discrimination is real. It is real. Prejudice is real. These stereotypes are real. You go into a restaurant, you pay your bills, and your assistant is giving you a change. You give in you're paying with your card. They bring that PDQ, and your assistant is given to Kietin, and not you. Amazing things, isn't it? Now that tells us one thing. Let us also educate those of our children who have not only those who have special needs, but those of others who must grow up knowing how to interact with people with special needs. And that is the only way we will build generations that are sensitive to special needs and respect for those with special needs, just so that we don't get ourselves into situations where prejudice plays in our minds without paying attention to that which really matters. Because at the end of the day, what we want is to ensure that we live in a society where we all respect and are respected by others. So at the end of the day, our special needs are met. Having said that, though, we must appreciate one thing, that the necessary interventions to address special needs comes at an awful cost. Isn't that true? But what have our governments done? It is to relegate those budgetary requirements to charity. And where does that draw us back to? The charity model of disability, isn't it? That's the same model that presumes you're a blind man walking into a hotel, as I did once, 680. There's a bar I really loved going to relax at the terrace. And one day I was thrown out by, I was barred from entry by a watchman who said, hapana, watu kama nyinyi hatuwataki hapa. We don't want people like you here. I told my assistant, you take him away. So I thought I should walk away, but on second thoughts, I said, oh, hold on a minute. I think I need to speak to the manager first. The manager turned out to be a gentleman who has seen me there many, many times. So he came, he apologized, and I told him, the one thing you must do is either educate your security man, but as you educate them, I should never ever find this one at the entrance in this place. And true enough, on subsequent visits, I never found him there. I think he was relocated. But what am I saying? If we do not build those foundations, we then leave society to decide for us how to deal with persons with special needs. That is why those attitudes continue to prevail, despite the fact that we try what we can. The unfortunate thing is that those in the non-state sector, the NGO sector, have also limited resources. After all, if government doesn't take up some of these programs to ensure that those of us who pay taxes get a fair share of services that must address our special needs. Our tax regimes must be supportive of our special needs. And how many know? But even when we demand reasonable accommodation from our employers, they can actually recoup the expense of those assistive devices from their tax obligations and pay less. Not many know. So let's educate them just so that they don't feel that employing Laibuta here is a liability. Finally, I cannot say enough about the need to ensure that our education, the education models we front for our children is well tailored to meet their special needs, and that assistive technology is available to support them. I know you've been talking about this, you know, throughout this program. I need not overemphasize the fact that we must keep up with the with the fast pace of technological development. Things are changing every day. What we used as assistive devices years back has really transformed, because our social model of disability sometimes moves at a slower pace than it ought to ensure that we are at par. But happy to say that lots of employers, particularly in the state departments, are quite are quite sensitive to our needs. I think our biggest challenge lies with our biggest challenge is in the private sector, where we really need to help them see that special needs are not something that will impoverish them and bring their corporations into knees, but it's part of that diversity that they really need, they all need to embrace. Let me say this to conclude, that for people without disabilities, technology makes the things they do easier, makes it easier for them to do things. But for persons with disabilities, technology makes things possible. Let us make everything possible by the programs we put in place, the plans and actions, our not just our legislative framework, but also the administrative frameworks that we put in place to ensure that we create a level playing field for those with special needs. And with that, allow me then to declare this Expo Come conference at an end and closed. Thank you.
Justice Laibuta, please remain there. Will be helping us with cutting the ribbon. And I'd like to, and many thanks, Justice Laibuta. Justice Laibuta's vision ties and marries with that of the Kenya Institute of Special Education, which is that of communities where individuals with special needs have the same access to the same educational, technological, and employment opportunities as everyone else. Let's appreciate Judge Laibuta for those wonderful, wonderful thoughts around empowerment and support of persons with special needs. I'd like to play special mention to a special guest we have with us here today. Just as we ask the KISE top leadership to be upstanding as we prepare to cut the ribbon and officially launch the strategic plan 2023-2020.
Okay, can we have Mr. D take the stage and entertain us before the next step? Thank you.
Welcome to KISE in Kasarani, in Nairobi County, Kenya. Ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Wale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Shishi. Welcome to KISE in Kasarani, in Nairobi County, Kenya. Shishi. Welcome to KISE in Kasarani, in Nairobi County, Kenya. Shishi. Welcome to KISE in Kasarani, in Nairobi County.
He is here with us now and to set us off on a celebratory mode just before we officially launch the Kenya Institute of Special Education.
Huku ni wapi? Pale ni wapi? Na hawa ni nani? KISE imekuwepo tangu jadi, maniu kama sona tuogopa kama radi. Wako ligi ya chini, cheza ligi ya wadi. Na KISE iko juu na kina Oxford. Kweli bana hapa KISE sisi ustadi. Kufanya utafiti ndiyo tukuwe fiti. Mambo ya wakenya wenye wana disability. Inclusivity size ni reality. KISE imesensitize the community. Iwe very ready kuwapa opportunity. All learners living with disability. Bambika. Watu kuwa watu wa maana society. Wakishughulika na different activities. Na unapata kwa many reality kuwa disability is not inability. Ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Hapa ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Production hapa tuko kwa production, tuna produce watu kwa ma specialist, mambo de wako sawa bana na therapy. Skills hata wewe ni mlemavu umepitia kadhaa, kuna maumivu, kuja hapa tukufanyie assessment, tukishamaliza tukupatie ka placement usome upate employment ya government. Tuna kwa parliament capital utafiti here the research data management sign language KISE function assessment KISE rehabilitation KISE assistive devices KISE diploma special KISE. Hapa ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani KISE? Hapa ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani KISE? Ai, KISE. No wonder unawanda. You don't know me. Mr. D. Welcome to Kasarani in Nairobi. Tupata. Lide ameinua from the top. Kasarani in Nairobi County, Kenya. Wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Hapa ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Mario. Elimu bora hata kulipa karbo wale wakora unatai kukujenga kumeni kukubora realize washakuchora wata ameshachua kuka kule dandora amekitiko marawa na kusorora ina pasipoti za kina laura nilipaspili fiziko wanitaka fara mazalite hawajali nao bora umebora mimori yake ni patna director wetu wa KISE yuko imara yake tumetu huyu director wetu wa KISE wa imara. Kwani wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Hapa ni wapi KISE? Huku ni wapi KISE? Pale ni wapi KISE? Na hawa ni nani wa KISE? Kutoka jadi mnio kama sana tu mpaka maradi kulikia chini kulikia wadi kisa ipo juu na kina Oxford ile bana sisi ustadi kufanya utafiti ndio tofauti mambo ya Kenya wenye wanatafiti inclusivity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. D, congratulations. That was And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for, on behalf of the Kenya Institute of Special Education, with great excitement, I am pleased to announce that the Kenya Institute of Strategic Plan 2023-2027 is officially launched. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have come this far.
Ready for the countdown. Together, let's count 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Makofi tafadhali. Wow. Oh.
You can never be the one. Yes. Make I tell you, stay wherever. Say that you need one, two, you stay on your song.
Wow.
Well, that's a time. Yeah, come here. For sure, yep. God, that.
Na nafahamishwa tuna keki. Haya. Keki iko wapi? Keki iko wapi tafadhali? Leteni keki tafadhali tukate. Asante sana, ndio hiyo yatayarishwa kabisa. Asante sana, shukran. Tutakata keki, then straight we will close the way we started with the Kenya national anthem. But first, we'll have a prayer from Joshua Odhiambo. Please be on standby after the cake cutting ceremony. But in the meantime, pictures. DJ, tuangushie moja mzuri.
and fail and tell you so. Even every one can say, because it was say I knew it, and what
Wakati wa keki umewadia. Keki ndo hiyo. Makofi tafadhali, najua twapiga picha. Selfies. Fantastic. Well done. Ah, well done. Come on. Oh. Well done, well done. Wow, wow. Lilian Muli, makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. And by the way, we've had South Africa is here. Makofi to South Africa. Anderlin Thais from South Africa. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. We celebrate you. Thank you for joining us. Well done. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Naomba tafadhali tukimalizia Bwana Joshua, please be on standby to pray with us.
Good afternoon once again. We wish to honor our chief guest for the day, Justice Laibuta. And Mr. Justice Laibuta, we are offering you a gift of a rhino. Kwa Kiswahili, kifaru.
Wow.
We are offering this gift in the spirit that a rhino has a very strong hearing smell. And you've been with us the whole day. You have heard us. And through that hearing, we hope that you'll be able to influence policy to ensure equity across all spectrums and to be able to establish a more inclusive future for the children and persons with disabilities in this country. Asante sana, Chief Justice. Asanteni. There's one for the assistant. Yes. Kindly pick the bag, sir. Asante sana, asante sana. Yes. We could have you seated. Everyone else, please just get seated. Yeah. Maybe for closing, I need Mr. Duncan there. Tumeambiwa hapa ni KISE, and as KISE, we are always thoughtful. At this juncture, I would wish to have our moderator, Lillian Muli, join us here. Robbie, Sarafina, are you around? If you are on, please join us here. Our MC for the 2 days here, Mr. Mwakazi. If Robbie is not here, Makori, if you're in the room, please come and pick her bag. Oh, Robbie is here already. Thank you. The gift shall be issued by one of our own, Mwalimu Duncan Onyango, who is a lecturer here, Kenya Institute of Special Education, Department of the Physically and Multiple Disabilities, Asanteni. So we start off with Lillian Muli. Kindly pick your gift bag. That is Duncan Onyango, Mwalimu KISE. Thank you. We have Sarafina Robi. Pick. And
Started. Yesterday, today, we appreciate the grace of God who made it possible. Right now, I'd kindly call upon Bwana Joshua. Joshua, please come forward so that we close with a prayer, then the national anthem. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali.
I want us to be upstanding as we close with a word of prayer. Master, in the name of Jesus Christ, these 2 days, God, we can give you glory because you have done the desire of our heart, to bring manufacturers, to bring parents, to bring users, to bring us together, people who are interacting in the disability field, to this conversation, Lord. Lord, I want to put the council of this institute before you, led by our beloved chairman, or Jehovah God, that Lord, you will give them the vision to continue leading this institution. I pray for their health, O Jehovah God, but please, Lord, guide them, safeguard them wherever they are. I pray for the director of this institution, Dr. Norman Kiogara, O Jehovah God, and the senior management, O King of Glory, that Lord, you will give them the wisdom to continue guiding this institution to greater prosperity. Lord, you have brought us partners who have surrendered a lot of resources in the organization of this decorum, O King of glory. We give glory back to you. We pray, O Jehovah God, that you will continue to safeguard them because they have surrendered their resources for the benefit of persons with a disability. Lord, you have brought visitors right from USA, from Joburg in Southern Africa, O Jehovah God, from different parts of this country, O King of glory, from Kisumu, from Meru, from Mombasa, from every part of this country, O Jehovah God. They will be traveling back, O King of glory. I pray for their safety on the road, O Jehovah God. I pray for the media team and the master of ceremony and the judge of the high court, O King of glory, who has seen it good to preside as the chief guest today, O King of glory. As we live today, O King of Jehovah God, I pray for your glory. I pray for your blessing to be upon each of us, O King of glory. Give us prosperity, and we shall look back to thank you and to give you back your glory. We pray all this in Jesus' name. We pray. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We remain upstanding for our Kenya national anthem. I'd kindly request that we allow Dr. Norman Kiogora, together with the chairman, KISE, to exit together with our chief guest. Let's just remain where we are until they leave. Thank you so much. With your delegation, Daktari, Judge Laibuta, thank you so much indeed. Quick announcement. This is important. Let's just allow them to leave. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served now. All the best. God bless you. See you at work.